Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to another live broadcast from PlanesTV. I've been doing these every week, Saturdays at 11 a.m, and it's been a lot of fun, and I hope you're getting a lot out of it. It's quite fun looking back through our archive, which stretches back very many years, as we're going to find out today. Featuring, of course, Cosford Airshow. It should have been the airshow tomorrow, and I'm looking at the forecast. We probably would have had a good show day as well. It's a real shame. In a parallel universe, I'm probably getting rained on at the moment whilst putting up a marquee at Cosford. It's a show that we've covered, as I say, since the early 90s, or my father set up this company and he covered those shows. So we'll, in a little while, go back to 1991 to see what the airfield looked like, and quite a funny welcome from the station commander, some Gulf War jets, and a little look around the hangars and the museum side of things, which has obviously changed a great deal since those days. We'll go right the way through a couple of 90 shows into the 2000s. We didn't do all of them from 91 through to present day, but yeah, those early ones are interesting. And we'll go to 2006, see a bit of action from there. Oh, and of course we have a few guests. So I've got a little bit carried away and had done a few interviews with people. So I've had, right at the very end, we're going to have Ski, the tutor pilot from last year. He's going to talk through his routine from the onboard view. So do stick around for that. And Ski, if you're watching at the moment, you're not on till very, very much later on. This is going to be a long broadcast. So what are we going else? Are we going to see? We've got Sean Maffett, airshow commentator for 12 years. He started in 2000 and something, went through to 2015. Someone do the maths. And also Peter Rioch, who was air display manager, air operations manager for 5 shows. He's going to pick some of his highlights as well. So if you're new around here, welcome everybody. It's good to see so many of you over on YouTube. I'm checking out the chat over on YouTube and on Facebook. Good to see Moshi and Joshua, all the usual crowd. Fantastic. And I'm expecting a fairly decent audience. You know, Cosford's a big show. We've got some really good material to look forward to through the day. If you like what you see, much of it is available on our PTV On Demand service. That's a subscription service over at watch.planestv.com, and also on DVD and Blu-ray. And I've snuck a sale onto the website this weekend, so everything's available at 30% off. That is everything from Cosford. So if you fancy stocking your shelves with some aviation action to while away the lockdown period, you can do that. Well, let's get stuck in, shall we? Let's go check out 1991, and quite a funny little intro, I thought. Funny, that's probably unfair, but yeah, going back to the early days of my dad doing this professionally, and I believe the base commander, or certainly someone on the organisation committee who are looking after the show, gives a little introduction, and then we'll see some flying, shall we? The important stuff. Let's go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wing Commander Jim Field, and I'm the chairman of the organising committee for this year's RAF Open Day held at RAF Cosford. RAF Cosford is a particularly appropriate and indeed a unique venue for an open day, for we have here the Aerospace Museum, which provides us here with a superb historic ground display of aircraft and memorabilia.
So if you're just tuning in, this is RAF Cosford 1991. We're looking around the Aerospace Museum as it was. I suppose many of these hangars still in use as part of the museum. It's been a while since I've had a look around, actually. Never get a chance at the show. I did take my kids recently. Museum shop. I dare say much of this has changed. So what I'll do, we'll go straight into... Let's see what we're going to say.
This year's theme mixes both the old and the new. And we pay a particular tribute in this, the 50th anniversary of Sir Frank Whittle's development of the jet engine. The second part of the programme we'll show the public how we have trained our operational pilots for modern warfare, and then we conclude with a sight of some of the aircraft that played such a vital role in the Gulf conflict. And we feel that all round our programme, both on the ground and in the air, gives the public tremendous value for money. I hope you enjoy what you see on this video.
So a nice introduction there to the flying, and yeah, a bit of Mustang action here. And the show's lovely weather for the show, but I think there's quite a strong crosswind, and there's a very nice example of the difficulty of landing a Mustang in a crosswind at the end of this. Let's enjoy this flying from Cosford 1991. Yeah, certainly looks like tricky conditions there. We'll go on now to, well, we'll have one little pass from the Bouchon, and then we'll have a bit of Shackleton action, I think probably in its final year. Just joining us, welcome. We're looking back right the way to 1991 Cosford Airshow, or Open Day as I think it was probably called. A little bit of beautiful sounding Shackleton, which I will let you hear now. That's a lovely sounding aeroplane. This is the Tornado, which I think is the final display from 1991. So certainly the last full feature. Looks like the finale. And quite agree with Anthony over on Facebook. The sound of the Shackleton is just it is quite something. Not maybe coming out in that video, but you get the idea. Let's take a look at this Tornado providing, is it GL1 I think, and he provided the finale to the 1991 air show, and then we'll go on to 1992 in just a moment. So yes, that Tornado GL1 providing the finale to the 1991 air show, and we will move on to 1992. Now, this next piece is going out to one audience member in particular. So John Seymour, who's a wonderful audience member, been in touch a lot about our live broadcast. And John, I know you're watching. Thank you very much for joining us. And I know also your mother is probably watching as well. Olive, who's 90 years old, who last visited Cosford in 2014, I think. And I think I've got a picture even. There we go. Here's Olive at Scampton, I believe, waiting for a practice display. And John's told me that she's very much been enjoying these live broadcasts on a Saturday morning at 11 a.m. each week. And yes, good to have you both watching today, I hope. And John has been asking me, very politely but repetitively, for a bit of Hunter display material. So this is classic stuff. This is 1992 and a Hunter display. It's a red scheme, and someone's going to have to help me out with the identity of the aircraft. To be honest, I've only just finished putting this playlist of stuff together, so I haven't actually done any research on this one. Forgive me. But this is a Hunter display back at Cosford in 1992, and it's for John and Olive. Thanks for watching. Now, if you're watching that thinking, that's not a Hunter, so am I. The Hunter's coming up in a minute. So the show was actually opened by this Tornado display, and I thought it would be nice to follow on from the GR1, and I'd forgotten I'd inserted it. So, yeah, there's a bit of Tornado, and then we lead into the Hunter, which, hey, I suspect John and Olive will enjoy both of these displays. I know I will do. Splendid stuff there, and I really enjoy these early 90s programmes. Obviously lots of aeroplanes we don't see anymore, and that includes the one coming up next. I mean, it's an aircraft that's still flying in America. I'll tell you what, see if anyone can guess, if anyone can give me a answer in the chat. Oh, Moshi has pointed out that was G-Boom. Hunter's G-Boom from Bournemouth, now in Jordan. And I wonder if it's still flying. I think there is one out there. Interesting. Well, thank you for that, Moshi. A source of knowledge as ever. So the next aircraft then, and I'm sure this is one that Moshi will get, 4 engines over from America for the 50th anniversary of the Americans entering World War II or coming to the UK. Who's going to get it first? I think it's, let me think about another way of describing it. Twin tail, very large bomb load. Mosquito, Joshua says. No, we're talking 4 engines. Oh, I'm not going to... There you go, Gavin. Gavin Weaver, good to have you aboard. Thanks for watching. It's, of course, the B-24 Liberator. Let's take a look at that.
However, it's now the United States Air Forces Association to remember. It is 1:20 this morning, the first afternoon rod to meet this aircraft en route from Iceland to welcome. With a crew of 8 to 10, powered by 4 R1830 engines, each producing some 1,200 horsepower. So maximum speed of around 35,000 feet, around 290 miles an hour. Armed with 10.5-inch machine guns typically, and a bomb load of up to 8,800 pounds.
It's a beast of an aeroplane, that, and an aircraft I'd love to see again. Bless John Seymour, who we gave, who I finally found some hunter material for earlier, has just given me a big thank you on Twitter. You're very welcome, John. Thank you very much for your support, and that's wonderful to hear that your mum enjoyed the mention. We're going on to another 4-engine jet in its final RAF display season in 1992. This is an easy one, guys. Someone's going to get this really quick, I'm sure. And we'll see much more of this aircraft in more recent years. But I thought it would be sensible. I thought it would be enjoyable to watch its display routine from its RAF days, as I say, its final display season in 1992. It is, of course, no one's got it yet. Oh, that's the Delta. It's the... Maybe my chat's not catching up. I'm sure you all know what I'm on about. It's the Vulcan. Let's see a good 5 minutes of its display from 1992.
A voluntary basis by crews from RAF Marham and RAF Waddington in particular. It is operated in all likelihood for its very last season. This because the aircraft is coming to the point where it requires a very major overhaul. Very major means very expensive overhaul. An overhaul, while it might extend its flying life for some 8 or 9 years, it's perhaps too expensive for the RAF to contemplate. The aircraft being, of course, the Avro Vulcan V2. Anti-radar missile against the radar defences that we then Argentinians held airfield at Fort Stanley in the Falklands. The third, using the full
Just a quick shout out to Matty on YouTube, who says the volume's all the way up, my neighbours can hear the howl. I love it, fantastic. Something odd going on there, excuse me. So that's the end of our 91 and 92 show segments. Both of those are available on our watch.planestv.com service. I made those available yesterday to subscribers over there. They're really nice programmes. I have clicked some weird buttons over here. What I'm going to play now is actually a segment from a programme called Salute the Victor. It's from 1993, and many of you familiar with the Cosford show will know that the runway there is fairly short. A lot of the aircraft operate out of Shawbury, and this video ties together that fact nicely. A bit of museum, because there's an aircraft arrival into Shawbury, and greeting the aircraft there was John Francis, and he was part of the organising committee for the air show back in those days, and into the sort of 2000s, I believe, and I certainly remember talking to him in at the beginning of my time covering the Cosford show. So it's a 5-minute segment on the very last RAF Victor flight, and those of you that follow Victor escapades ever since know one has got into the air since, but this was the last official flight of the Victor.
RAF Shawbury in Shropshire was to have the honour of being the destination for the last ever flight of a V-bomber. Shawbury's had no connection at all with Victors, being used for helicopter training, but it's close to RAF Cosford and the Aerospace Museum, whose runway is too short for a Victor to land safely. The public were not allowed onto the active airfield, but a select group, mostly from the media, and a few curious base personnel, were the only close-up witnesses of this historic event. On approach then, and destined for Cosford by road, is XH672 Maid Marian. Of the remaining 4, the nose section of XM717 Lucky Lou will be on display at the RAF Museum at Hendon. But for the others, like so many before them, it's fire rescue training and eventually the scrap man.
There we are then, the logbook for X-Ray Hotel 672, the last of the V-bombers.
Thank you very much.
Please look after it.
Yes, we will, certainly.
And
That's the last sign.
that's the original copy of the authorisation sheets for the last sortie.
Yes, very pleased to have it at long last. And relieved too, because at one point in time we weren't going to get it. We did want it to arrive at Cosford, but of course the runway is too short there. But landing it here is a blessing in disguise, because it's going to be broken down and then loaded to Cosford. And while it's been dismantled, it can be sprayed. The inner workings can be sprayed, and we'll be able to keep it for a lot longer then. Not just 33 years, or 40 years since it first flew, of course, 1953, but for another 100 years, we hope.
So yes, that's John Francis talking about the aircraft, which I believe now is at Cosford, that's kind of the point, and in the museum there. So an aircraft that you know is very well preserved, having gone through that process from Shawbury, brought into the museum at Cosford. You might be able to tell, I've got some more titles popping up here and there. I'm just wrestling my machine. It's always good fun whilst you're live. We're going to move on very many years now to the 2000s, and we must have covered shows in between this period, but these are really the... I'm going to 2006 here, which is the first time we've sort of made a major effort at the show, and this is a segment from British Airshows. So British Airshows is our annual roundup programme of all the shows that we cover. This segment, the display I've picked out from 2006 is the Hercules display, an aircraft we're very used to seeing at shows, carrying out sort of tactical demonstrations, but fairly rare these days. And probably 2006, one of the last years, we saw one doing something of a tactical demo. Let's take a look. See, I'm really going to struggle here because I've got my title queued up as on my preview for some reason. Let's go live with a bit of Hercules.
The pilot will put the props into reverse thrust and normally also apply the brakes to bring the aircraft to a rapid halt, so the top loading can begin. Instead, we'll continue further down the runway so you get a better view of the back. But notice how short the landing roll is, even without using maximum braking. see the aircraft now reversing, showing it has good manoeuvrability even on the ground. This means that if you land and offload on a short strip, it can rapidly reverse and take off again, allowing another aircraft to use the runway. The aircraft is now falling. Now find a way to speed 432. Climbing at this speed means that the aircraft is in the best angle of climb, getting it away from the ground more quickly, and this style of departure is often used to get out of hostile environments, where the small arms threat from rifles and other light weapons exist. But now for another chance for you to see the top of the J again as the aircraft pulled up to 1,000 feet and is rolled to nearly 90 degrees angle of bank and pulled into another tight turn. As you can see, it's this high level of manoeuvrability that allows it to fly low level down the valleys, and even to evade fighter aircraft, as we can make it very difficult to get a missile lock or gunshot when we turn so hard. Ben's now running back in towards us for a breakaway at only 300 feet in front of us, so have your cameras ready again. There he goes into the caisson. Now, I've flown with the crew in the simulator when they've been practicing this, and I can assure you it's pretty terrifying as the windscreen fills with the ground. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid that's the end of the C-130J display. If you'd like to know more about us, please visit our website at www.raf.mod.uk/C-130J display. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, Lockheed Martin and Land Rover, for their support. Hope you enjoyed seeing how capable the J is, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. I'd just like to say thank you to my parents and my
He's giving his thank yous to his parents and girlfriend. Well done, got to get those thank yous in. So that's a really nice sequence, that, and yeah, seeing the C-130J, a large aeroplane, to be on the ground at Cosford is quite something. Well, I'll see a little bit more of that. I'm trying at the moment to dig out a bit of material of the A400 on the ground. I can't remember the year, but Peter Riak in his interview later on mentions it, and it would be nice to illustrate that. Quite a large aeroplane to see on the airfield there. So we're moving in then to where we really were making a significant effort at Cosford into 2007, and this crosses over with Sean Maffitt being commentator at the show for very many years, 12 seasons, and he kindly took the time to talk to me. When was it? Yesterday. Yes, I did very many interviews yesterday. So Sean's going to talk about those early days of his time at Cosford and lead into 2007, and I'll be back in a moment to describe what we're about to see. So Sean, thank you very so much for finding the time to join me. I'm really enjoying digging through some of our archives of the Cosford show, and I know it's jogged your memory as well. Where did your time at Cosford start?
Well, thanks for having me on. Our history goes back quite a long way, I think, to the time of your father at PlanesTV.
Yes.
For many years. No, Air Sound, that's my producer, Jonathan Ruffle, and I. We'd been at all sorts of air shows, of course, the big one being the Royal International Air Tattoo. And in 2003, John Francis, who basically ran the RAF Museum at Cosford and was also very big in the air show. He and I knew each other, and he invited us to be the commentary team for 2003 Cosford, which was naturally accepted with alacrity. And because Cosford is such a lovely place, a little old historic airfield. It has a lovely feel to it. It was then and remains one of the RAF's own air shows. In fact, it's now the only one, which is rather sad, I suppose. Anyway, so we were invited to be for the 2003 show, and then it got cancelled because everybody went to the Iraq War. So at the last minute, we suddenly found that we weren't doing a show after all. But we got in the next year. That was 2004 was actually our first year at Cosford. It was the main part of the show was a celebration of the 60th anniversary of D-Day. But one of the things that I remembered looking back through my notes was that it was a perfect day, perfect weather. There was what's known in the trade as an off-crowd wind, the wind blowing from behind the crowd. So that's always a good thing because it keeps the smoke from the aerobatic teams like the Red Arrows. It keeps that off the audience, and it blows it away. Crowd wind is always good. It was nice and warm. There were plenty of puffy white clouds in the background, which always makes for good photography and good filming. And it was just a lovely day. And we thought, well, we're really happy that we've come to Cosford. And we went on doing it for 12 years.
Fantastic. And those fluffy white clouds and that sort of day is the sort of thing that we love to see when we wake up in the morning on a show morning. Sad to say that we weren't covering those early 2000 shows. And I've put out on Twitter to all the audience members, what would they like to see in the Ultimate Cosford show, going back through the archives. And there's lots come from those shows that sadly we didn't cover, but our time started, early 90s we covered, and we've done that in this broadcast earlier. But you mentioned earlier, as we were talking prior to the show, 2007, quite a significant year and a significant effort by the RAF to put on a roll demonstration.
That's right. They put on this, they called it their roll demonstration. It lasted just about half an hour. They were, at the time, the RAF and the British military were in Iraq, in Qatar, and Bahrain, Oman, the Balkans, Afghanistan, Falkland Islands, all around the world. They said the RAF is involved in operations and performing the roles that were then demonstrated in front of people. So it was a big deal.
It really was, and what I'm going to show is actually a segment from our British Airshows programme that year, and I think it brings together material from lots of different shows, so we'll have to use our imagination that all of this is shot at Cosford, but this is what the Royal Air Force was putting on back in 2007.
Today at Biggin Hill sees the debut of the new Royal Air Force roll demonstration, a completely new approach to showing the Royal Air Force to the public. We have lots of aircraft, lots of noise, lots of speed, all representative of what the Royal Air Force really does around the world, and don't miss the special effects.
The Royal Air Force presented its new roll demonstration at the air show. The fictitious scenario demonstrates a range of roles representative of what the Air Force is doing today in many places around the world. We mixed material recorded at two other air shows, Biggin Hill and a rather wet RAF Waddington, to give a fuller picture of the demonstration and a closer look at the aircraft preparing to fly.
Yeah, I don't think anyone needs to hear F3 quite so loud. I've turned him down a little bit. So, yeah, as I said in the chat with Sean yesterday, this is a amalgamation of material from Biggin Hill, from Waddington, and there is a little bit of Cosford in there. So this display would have been seen at Cosford in 2007, but as you can see, the majority shot at other locations. If you can tell me, if you identify the little bit of Cosford in here, you get some major brownie points from me. Can't offer any more than that, but yeah, big thumbs up if you can identify the tiny little bit of this that is from Cosford.
The scenario is that this is a disused airfield on the edge of hostile territory. The mission is to secure it, neutralise any opposition, and make it a forward operating base.
The initial task will be to achieve air superiority. That is vital. By air superiority, I mean basically owning your own airspace.
The first task is to establish and maintain air superiority. This requires two types of aircraft: a surveillance aircraft equipped with a powerful radar and an air defence fighter aircraft. For more than 20 years, the Tornado F-3 has been the Royal Air Force's prime air defence interceptor. Its task to protect our airspace. The surveillance aircraft is a Boeing E-3D Sentry AEW Mark I aircraft, call sign Magic, and that's been airborne for some time and is approaching the scene.
KOC, this is Magic 80 on station, assuming control.
Magic 80, KOC, roger.
On top of the Sentry, turning at 6 revolutions per minute, is the AN/APY-2 high-performance radar. It can detect targets hundreds of miles away. A mission crew of 11 monitor the air picture. They're ready to command and control any situation that might develop. The E-3D maintains the air picture and also controls the Tornado F-3 aircraft, call sign Batman.
Magic 80, Victor Clara.
With no hostile aircraft in the vicinity, the forward air controller, call sign Pagoda, calls in the first ground troops.
Boxer 1, this is Pagoda 1-3, ingress into airfield from Sector 3, then egress through Sector 1.
Boxer 1 copies. The next aircraft on the scene, call sign Boxer, is the RAF's troop and load-carrying heavy lift support helicopter, the Chinook. Acting as a crane, it can lift loads of up to 10 tons. Acting as a truck, it can carry internal and external loads, including vehicles, artillery, and supplies. Today, it's working as a troop transport. On exiting the aircraft, the troops immediately commence vital initial operations, such as securing key points and occupying defensive positions. Specialists will inspect the condition of the runway and the availability of other facilities that could be important to the rest of the mission. Chinook is armed with 2 6-barreled miniguns in each front-side window and an M60 machine gun on the ramp, so it can provide support to the ground troops if required. The ground troops have come under fire, but the Chinook is needed for other tasks, so it departs fast and low. 2 Tornado GR-4 bombers, call sign Warrior, have been tasked to provide close air support for the ground troops. They'll take station above the airfield and await instructions from the forward air controllers.
Pagoda 1-3, and this is Warrior.
Pagoda 1-3, send.
Warrior 1, checking in. I won 2 times GR4, 40 minutes plate time, 2 times Mark 83 low drag, 180 times 27 Mike. Abort will be in the clear and ready for AO update.
Pagoda 1-3, that's copied.
That's the close air support aircraft checking in with the forward air controller and informing him of current weapon and fuel state.
Can I have shooter on this and call when establishing target area?
Shooter, a 1 minute's trail. Stand by. A Warrior 1 established.
Roger, call tipping in on 310 true. Friendlies still 18 metres south.
Tipping in on minute 57.
The GR4s have been given all the necessary targeting information. They'll acquire the target, check and double-check that they've identified the correct target, and then make the attack.
Splash, BDA, Delta Hotel.
Delta Hotel means direct hit. The attack by the enemy forces has been successfully repelled. GR4s return to their position, ready to provide additional support if necessary.
heads up. Bogies identified hostile. 090, 35 miles. Flight level 20, accelerating towards.
Magic Batman acknowledged hostile contact. Foxer 1, this is Pagoda 1-3, ingress through Sector 4, once complete, then egress through Sector 1.
Foxer 1 copies all.
Further enemy forces have been spotted approaching the other end of the airfield. Demonstrating its agility, the Chinook is recalled by the sentry to redeploy ground troops to face the new threat. I'm sure they'll be pleased to know that more support is on its way.
Albert, this is Pagoda 1-3, ingress through Sector 4, once complete, then egress through Sector 1.
Albert copies.
Although the enemy is still active, it's imperative that additional ground forces are inserted as soon as possible. These troops will arrive by C-130J Hercules, call sign Albert. That's made a carefully planned and flown tactical approach in order to reduce its vulnerability to ground fire. The C-130J will carry out a tactical air landing operation. Its capability allows the aircraft to arrive quickly, offload troops and equipment, and get airborne again in as short a time as possible. This type of assault can also be carried out in all weather, day or night, using night vision goggles.
Vector 090, Bandits 09020, mission engage.
Magic Batman, roger, mission engaged.
C-130J needs to move quickly as enemy aircraft, made by Hawks, are rapidly approaching, chased by our F-3 fighters. With enemy aircraft ever closer, it's time for the sentry to depart for safer skies.
Batman, this is Magic 80, retrograde, safe line 270.
Magic Batman, roger.
The F-3 is equipped with a range of air-to-air missile and radar systems. It can engage and destroy aircraft at medium range. However, should the situation arise where the aircraft come much closer together, it can utilize the onboard ASRAAM missiles and the 27mm cannon in a dogfight. The principles of dogfighting have been the same for 90 or so years. Get behind the enemy, get close to the enemy, shoot the enemy down.
Batman Splash 2 bogey identified as Hawks.
As you can hear, both bandits have been destroyed. Enemy forces have regrouped and they're about to make one final attack in strength. They've been located and they need to be dealt with quickly. Two more GR4s are racing to the scene. The attack will have to be made on the first pass. The forward air controllers are again guiding the aircraft to the target. Agility is the key here, the ability to create rapid effects. We need a rapid and robust effect. The required targeting information has been communicated to the attacking aircraft.
Warrior 1, a tally target in hot.
Pagoda 1-3, clear hot.
Warrior 2, in dive.
Warrior 2, clear hot. Splash, VDA at Delta Hotel.
Delta Hotel, copy.
The airfield is now secure. It only remains for our participants to take a bow.
I hope you're enjoying this little segment from British Airshow's 2000 and... completely forgotten. What year was it? 07. So this is the roll demonstration carried out by the RAF that year, and as you no doubt aware, it's lots of display material mixed together. There's Biggin Hill, Waddington. But what you might have noticed is in charge of this, sort of choreographering, oh dear, help me out, was Andy Pawsey, who's now part of the commentary team at Cosford. So a very familiar face to many people, a familiar voice certainly to anyone attending Cosford shows more recently. Yeah, so nice little sequence that. We're going to go on now back to Sean. Excuse me, phone's buzzing. And the following year, or a year or two later, this was the time when Vulcan was getting back in the air. And 08 being the aircraft's first flight. Oh gosh, no, that's not right either, is it? So let's let Sean tell us about the Vulcan's escapades in those early days and its cause, or rather the effect of it participating in the 2009 show.
2008 was interesting because that was Vulcan's first displaying year. She flew her maiden flight in her second life was in the autumn of 2007. But it took a little while to get organised for air shows, and I think, if I remember rightly, I could be wrong about this, but if I remember rightly, the Cosford show was just a little too early to get Vulcan there in 2008. So her first appearance at Cosford was in 2009. Now, on that occasion, she was well trailed, heavily advertised as being the star of the show. And the result was that the gate at Cosford, the number of people attending, went up from its normal 54,000 to 58,000 people, which were, the whole thing maxed out. They had to close the gates, they had to turn people round on the motorway, even people with tickets were being turned away. And it was an early example of the Vulcan effect that showed itself for the whole of Vulcan's second flying life. If you wanted a lot of extra people at your air show, get the Vulcan in, and you get the Vulcan effect. And this was a prime example of that. Of course, it made people quite unhappy. There were people, as I say, turned around and people having to have tickets refunded. So they had to be a bit careful about that in future.
Yes, and it became was it the following year that it became a you had to buy your ticket prior to the show day? I think probably it did. And it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? You really don't want that situation, and it's such a shame to think that there were people who'd bought their tickets many months in advance, and due to the...
Fairford had been doing that for quite a while, it does work. It made people a bit unhappy, but people don't like change anyway.
Well, let's take a look at some of that Vulcan display. It's, as you'll see from the video, some huge crowds, and again, another picturesque day for photography and videography.
Cosford is full to bursting. In fact, they've been turning people away. It may be partly the weather, but the main reason is the Vulcan effect. Vulcan X-Ray Hotel 558, the most popular aircraft in the country, is making her first appearance at Cosford since 1992, the year she stopped displaying for the Royal Air Force. Martin Withers, DFC, brings 558 in for her first public flypast of 2009. Cosford just missed out on seeing her in 2008, and lots of people have been willing this moment to arrive. Four months ago, it had looked as if, once again, Vulcan had flown for the last time. The whole seesawing project was again on the verge of going bust. But an extraordinary public response to a pledge campaign meant that enough money was raised for the team to do their 2009 season. She's still heavily reliant on your generous support. So please visit vulcantothesky.org. Vulcan has an almost inexplicable effect on audiences. Partly perhaps from that famous Vulcan howl from the 4 Rolls-Royce Bristol Siddeley Olympus engines on full power.
For instance, she's even going on to the continent. Next week she's going to Falkeld.
Well, follow that. Actually, it's a task the Aerostars are more than up to in their 12th consecutive display season. They're the biggest civilian formation team in Britain, and they fly 6 Russian-built Yak-50s.
I thought I'd include the Aerostars at the end here. Just absolutely perfect conditions for them and for indeed filming them. It's glorious stuff. I did want to go back to the roll demo that we showed a little while ago from 2007, and I asked you if you could spot which of the material was shot at Cosford. There's only quite a small amount of it that was, but someone did get it right, did spot which material was from Cosford. And it was Robert Feely over on YouTube, who says he's 25 minutes away from Cosford and hasn't missed a show since 1983, which is just astounding. So no doubt very familiar with the site of that airfield. And it was, in fact, there were elements of the Chinook on the ground and the soldiers on the ground that was shot at Cosford. So yeah, we've got the Aerostars here, and in a moment we'll go back to talk to Sean about some of the plans that, unfortunately, the weather got in the way of at Cosford. But let's finish up with a little bit more of the Aerostars.
The Yak is great for this kind of flying. It's so manoeuvrable that the team can keep the formation visible for us for the whole display. So, there we are, rounding off a fantastic day of outstanding flying displays. The Aerostars dive in for their final break.
Yeah, glorious stuff back in 2009 there, with the Aerostars finishing the display in perfect conditions, quite often the way at the tail end of the day at air shows. You do get lots of nice light, and on that occasion lots of nice fluffy clouds as well. So if you're just joining us, we've done about an hour of this broadcast. You've missed a couple of Vulcan displays, one from RAF days and one, as we've just seen, from its days having been restored to flight in 2007. We've had a roll demonstration from the Royal Air Force in 2007 as well, and a few classic displays that we don't see anymore from the RAF from the early 90s. We're now moving into sort of the more recent times, the sort of last 5 years of shows, and it's where we'll start to see longer sequences of displays from our live broadcasts. We covered the Cosford show. This was PlanesTV. Hello, by the way, if you're just joining in. My name's Ian Campbell. I run PlanesTV, and my father did before me, and together we've produced loads of these, lots of DVDs over the years. All the Cosford DVDs are currently 30% off on the PlanesTV.com website, so if you're enjoying what we're doing here on Facebook and YouTube with these live broadcasts every Saturday at 11 AM, although that's going to change next week, feel free to go and make a purchase over at PlanesTV.com. Without air shows this year, we're going to have a challenging year as a business, as you can understand, as indeed the shows are. So yeah, when you get a chance, do support your local air show or the shows that you normally attend, won't you? And much of the material that we're watching today is from watch.planestv.com. That's our PTV on demand service. You can can watch hundreds of hours of air shows that we've covered over the years, everything from lots and lots of Cosford shows, the Air Tattoo, some Big and Hill shows in there, and lots of our annual roundup of programmes. Annual roundup of air shows. So each year we try and produce a British air shows programme of all the air shows that we cover. We did a few European air shows programmes as well. They're well worth a watch. And someone asked on, I think it was Mark on YouTube, or was it Facebook, juggling too many chats over here, are we doing a 2019 British air shows? And we are. And we would have released it by now had the world not imploded. We're trying to sort of reshift our focus a little bit, but it is going to be produced and will be released. So if you want to keep up to date with things like that, do join the email newsletter. I believe there's a link to that in the description of this video. It's the best way of keeping in touch. I try to just limit that to one a week, which I send, and you're welcome to reply and have a good conversation. And thank you to all of you yesterday that did reply, and I've got back to many of you, and we'll do the rest probably during the stream, actually. So back to Sean, and we chatted a little bit about some dodgy weather shows. So having just seen the Aerostars in some beautiful conditions, unfortunately some of the efforts made in the 08, 09, 2010 and certainly 2011 got a little bit challenging with the weather. Let's hear what Sean's got to say.
Also in 2009, Jonathan Ruffle and I had decided that we wanted to introduce something that we called Into the Wild Blue Yonder. We decided that air shows can, if you're not very careful, become sort of processions of aircraft flying up and down. And we thought we ought to be able to make it into a piece of drama, what the great Hall Bowen of Royal International Air Tattoo used to call theatre of the air. And we would get the aeroplanes playing parts that we had written for them rather than doing their actual aerobatic displays. Now that all worked quite well in 2009.
Gosh, where's Sean gone? Merrily watching that, and he's shut up. Let's take a look.
The following year, 2010, we developed that into something called A Moment of Eternity. This was the 70th anniversary of the Battle of Britain, 2010, and A Moment of Eternity is referred to in this wonderful poem by Sir Christopher Foxley Norris, himself a Battle of Britain pilot, about the Battle of Britain pilot, who he said was a common, unconsidered man who for a moment of eternity held the whole future of mankind in his two sweating palms and did not let go. And incidentally, if you can see behind me that picture, that's my uncle's Hurricane, and I've always thought of him as being that common, unconsidered man. And he died on the 31st of August at the height of the battle in that Hurricane. So this was always very poignant for me, if you like, and we thought Moment of Eternity was a good title for this part of the show. Sad to say, it got cancelled at the last minute because of the weather. Which was absolutely appalling. One thing that did survive through the weather on that day was the Harrier, the GR9 Harrier, flown by the splendid Flight Lieutenant Steve Kenworthy, who did an absolutely amazing show in the wet, and it was very spectacular indeed.
It was indeed, and I spent time, I'd followed him around during the show and followed him, checking over the aircraft and crewing in, and the result being me getting rather drenched. I remember watching the display, sheltering behind a fuel bowser, I think, and getting some rather nice shots of the ground crew watching the display. It's quite atmospheric. The aircraft had been sat on the tarmac, dried it all out, so there's steam rising up, very Top Gun-esque, of the ground crew watching the display. It makes for some nice video, despite the horrible conditions.
And as the rain came pouring down, I think we were lucky to see these two aircraft fly together. In fact, it made for a very dramatic ending to their joint flight. Well, now a great pleasure for the 2010 season. The Royal Air Force Harrier is back on display after a gap of 4 years. Everybody's very happy about that.
Hello, my name's Steve Kenworthy, Flight Lieutenant Steve Kenworthy. I'm the Harrier display pilot this year from number 4 Squadron over at RAF Wittering. We haven't been able to do it since 2006 because we've been in Afghanistan, which has been a huge commitment for the Harrier Force, but we came over from Afghanistan last summer, so now we've got a bit more capacity to do the display again. So we're here this year. We've got about 10 shows, 10 weekends, and it's just great to be back in front of the public at the air shows. The reason we're doing a roll demo this year, it's because we're only just back from Afghanistan. We're spending a lot of time recovering some of the skills that we lost because we spent all our time in Afghanistan. So doing a full display is a big commitment for the squadron. A roll demo is a bit less of a commitment. It's a non-aerobatic display really, so it's less currency requirements, less of a workup for me as a pilot, so it's less of a burden overall on the squadron. The whole VSTOL side of the show is quite challenging. The wind on the day makes a massive difference. No two displays are the same because the wind is different, and unlike when you're flying at 300 knots or 400 knots and you've got a 10 knot wind, that doesn't make a great deal of difference. But when you're hovering at 0, 10 knots of wind makes quite a big difference, and the direction changes a lot as well. So it's a very challenging thing to fly. I particularly enjoy doing the bow because that's what everyone likes. But the whole VSTOL side of things it's hard work, but it's good fun too, and it's great for the crowd to see. It's great that I bring a team of 6 or 7 engineers away with me. It's a very much a team effort. They're part of the team. They also have the black suits, and I rely a lot on them as well. It's great for me that I can fly the airplane. As soon as I've landed, I can then, or before going flying, I can just worry that I don't have to worry that someone else, because someone else is going to be actually servicing the airplane for me. It's not my responsibility. Whereas other teams, not so fortunate to have engineers with them, have to service the jet themselves and then go flying. So it just takes a bit of pressure off me, which is good. But it's very much a team effort.
And as Steve capably demonstrates, these aircraft are, of course, able to operate in virtually any weather conditions.
And there it is, the wonderful Harrier, back on the display circuit again. How wonderful to see it.
You must spare a thought for us cameramen in conditions like that. It's certainly the sort of day where you consider some of your life choices stood out in rain like that. But as you could see there, the crowd sticking it out, as we did indeed, and hopefully worthwhile. Some really dramatic material of the Harrier there in 2010. That weather, sadly, leading on to the weather in 2011, which was the year that the show was almost... Actually, a surprisingly large amount of flying took place. Just not a very pleasurable day to be outside.
So the following year, 2011, MOE, Moment of Eternity 2, was planned. Cosford said, no, we've done all this stuff, let's get it going again. The problem was it was even wetter. It was all day. There was very little flying. I'm not 100% sure, but I think what we did, we were trying to find things to do all day. So, of course, all of the audio recordings that we've got for Moment of Eternity from Battle of Britain pilots and the modern-day pilots who fly these types of aircraft, and we also had local school children and all those kind of things, we were able to use that audio on this very wet day in Cosford 2011.
Yeah, it really was a wet day, and the piece we're going to show here is our segment. We didn't end up producing a DVD, believe it or not, because, as you say, very little flew. But the bits that did made for a nice little shall we say, atmospheric segment in our British Air Shows programme.
Here we are at RAF Cosford, and well, what can you say? Months of preparation for the Royal Air Force's first air show of the season. Started raining at 8 o'clock this morning, and it hasn't stopped since. We did, however, get some flying, and the Royal Air Force managed to put up the Tornado GR4s, Hawk, and pretty much half a Red Arrows display. The Turbulence flew, complete with a mini-cam from PlanesTV, and we had a number of other items as well, including Brendan O'Brien, Royal Navy Black Cats, and the Belgian A109. Maybe we shouldn't really call them highlights, but that's what we're going to show you, and here they are now.
So that segment of the Tornado at the end there leads in nicely into 2012. So this year, let me think what we're going to show you here. Wait for the next video to come up. Nice little banner there, a Jubilee year. Ah, yes, the Great War Display Team. Quite often seen at Cosford, and it looks like some nice views from over the far side there. Managed to record those, and also we'll get a nice onboard view during this. And as I say, the Tornado will link in nicely to the Tornado roll demonstration, which we'll see in a little while. But let's enjoy the Great War Display Team displaying at Cosford in 2012.
Age of the pilots was 20 years.
Of course, these aircraft were designed without the benefit of much aerodynamic knowledge. They were made of wood and fabric and driven by unreliable, underpowered engines. Average age of the pilots was 20 years.
German Junkers aircraft.
Well, that aeroplane right in front of us is a Sopwith triplane. Triplane meaning it has 3 wings, as you see, as it goes away from us. And there's another triplane in the sky. That is the Fokker triplane, probably more famous, although it came after and as a result of the Sopwith British triplane. Pilots who flew those Sopwith triplanes were very fond of them. They could outclimb and outturn any contemporary aircraft. 150 of them were built, and the Royal Naval Air Service used most of them. Royal Flying Corps didn't use any of them, as far as I know.
Finally done for the Fokker triplane, but I think in the process of that, our Sopwith has not
The Fokker triplane is departing off to the far side, followed by the two Junkers, the CL-1s, who were doing such dastardly strafing of our boys in the trenches. And I think they're now done in time for their final fly past. SE-5 at the front. And a little Vic of 3 aircraft there. The 3 Germans, the Fokker triplane leading and the CL-1s. And bringing up the rear, the Sopwith triplane. So that's the end of the Great War Display team's display. And they are one by one coming into line.
We're seeing now Peter Teichmann in the P40. Really nice routine this, and in a minute we're also going to see, or in a little while, we'll also see his Spitfire, the PR Spitfire. Let's have a look at the P40 first.
First saw action with the American volunteer group known as the Flying Tigers, months before the US came into the Second World War.
Part of a secret effort by President Roosevelt to keep China out of the hands of the Japanese. First 3 squadrons were flown by mercenaries. The Flying Tigers claimed 286 Japanese aircraft with a loss of only 8 of these aircraft. The Royal Australian Air Force, South African Air Force, Royal Canadian Air Force took hundreds of them.
One of the interesting things about this aircraft, the colour scheme, is of the Tuskegee Airmen, the Red Tails, the first all-Afro-American fighter group. A new Lucas film, George Lucas, big blockbuster film called The Red Tails. The film was made in 2009 and it's still in the colours, this aircraft, that it appeared in the film.
This particular aeroplane, I don't think Peter told you, built in 1943, went to the Royal Canadian Air Force, flew several affairs squadrons. In 1950, Oregon State University took it on as the instructor.
So time now for a very classic aircraft of RAF service. Retired in 2013, this is its display in 2012. I say display, it was of course just the single fly past. Actually no, I think we do get 2 fly pasts here and a nice power up and climb out at the end. It's dramatic stuff and a really nice sound if you're a fan of the VC-10.
Britain was trying to compete with potential US domination of the long-range transport market, particularly compete with the Boeing 707. BOAC had 707s, but those couldn't do the hot and high routes from shorter runways in Africa and South Asia. The Vickers offered the VC-10. So eventually the Royal Air Force got a squadron of VC-10s, which they used for transport, especially VIP transport. Prime Ministers used to like going around in them, but lots of troops got transported in the VC-10. But then eventually they got converted to tankers. And they're all on 101 Squadron at Brize Norton. There's 3 different versions, 10 of the K version, 4 of this type, the K3.
Here she is, the lovely Vicky.
Yeah, gorgeous stuff. An aircraft much missed, of course. We are moving on from 2012 now to 2013, and we'll have a little chat again with Sean. Let's make sure we get the right one. 2013 was an interesting year, and I'll let Sean and myself from our recording yesterday explain why that was. Oh, let's make sure that we get that right. So my memory of the 2013 show starts with a conversation with George Bacon, would you believe, in the sort of pilots area about who would be crewing. I was part of the crew of the Apache display that year, and it was a very special guest, wasn't it?
Yes, it was rather. It was a bit of a shock all round. It was Prince Harry, wasn't it?
It was, and that came to dominate my next 24 hours. Actually, we had lots of news companies from the UK and America chasing material of Prince Harry flying an Apache. Of course, he doesn't pilot the aircraft, but specifically, but he was part, or rather, the Apache was part of the MERT demonstration, which was part of the show.
Yes, MERT, the Medical Emergency Rescue Team, we had it as a demonstration at the show, because the MERT was an absolutely extraordinary invention for rescuing wounded troops. And we had access to all sorts of interesting people. I had been down beforehand to meet an amazing man called Mark Ormrod, who wrote a book about his escapades called Man Down. He lost 3 of his limbs, and he was rescued by a MERT in a Chinook helicopter. And we also had live conversation from an excellent lady who was in charge of a MERT team, so had experienced all of this kind of stuff. And we had the whole demonstration of the MERT. And of course that went down very well. Unfortunately, Mark Ormrod himself wasn't able to be there that day, but I had pre-recorded stuff with him. And he, an immensely brave man. We've heard of him since, I think. And of course, the whole thing went on for when Prince Harry arrived. That kind of took everything over for a while. So, things went into overdrive, I think we could say.
They did, and we had a camera down with the Apache, and the 2 displays, the Chinook and Apache back to back, made for a really nice piece, and as you say, in combination with some of those recordings and live interviews. Let's take a look at that segment from the 2013 Cosford Airshow.
The Chinook, it was a run into the MERT display, and of course it was absolutely brilliant. Everybody loves the Chinook display. It is just so gaudy and so exciting, and it's physical, and it's really splendid stuff.
Paul will now perform the seesaw, a manoeuvre made up of 2 opposed pedal turns, similar to stall turns in the fixed-wing world. It is well known that the Chinook makes an incredible sound while in flight, and this will be ably demonstrated to you before the aircraft carries out its next manoeuvre, the Gorney Climb. The Gorney was named after the base in Bosnia, where the Chinook demonstrated its excess of power compared to other helicopters in theatre. It is followed by a 720 corkscrew descent from around 1,000 feet. The crewmen will be regretting that extra sandwich about now. This is an opportunity for us to demonstrate the unique ability of a helicopter to fly sideways. Please show your appreciation to our crew today by giving them a big wave as they pass along the crowd line. As the aircraft passes, you will notice its 3 hooks, used for carrying underslung loads. These can hold up to 10.5 metric tons. This great ability to carry 3 external loads simultaneously, while still carrying a large internal load, has made the Chinook famous the world over, and recently the workhorse of the Afghan theatre. The aircraft today weighs 15 tons, but as you can see it's still highly manoeuvrable, making it an ideal battlefield helicopter, and especially suited to the medical evacuation role. As Paul comes off this pedal turn, you'll see him making an approach to demonstrate a 2-wheeled running landing and rearward 2-wheel taxi. This is a unique ability of the tandem rotor helicopter design. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as they bow for you now, please give a big cheer and a wave to the 2013 Chinook Display Team.
And now we're into the MERT demonstration, the Medical Emergency Rescue Team demo, in which, of course, the Chinook plays a major role. But this was a piece of theatre. This was a battle taking place in front of you, and somebody being badly injured but rescued by a MERT. And we had the voice of somebody to whom that had happened. Well, if you're close and at the front, you'll probably be able to see that the 3 Winix sand-coloured Land Rovers have started their patrol in dangerous countryside. They may be attacked by an unseen enemy at any time. Now, on the basis that when they go out on patrol, they may get injured, we're going to try and show you what happens to them. You might have heard earlier, we've been talking to a man who's been through that sort of injury trauma. He's a Marine called Mark Ormrod. This is what happened to him.
As I walked to the position and went to get down onto my belly, I detonated an improvised explosive device, which resulted in me losing both of my legs above the knee eventually, and my right arm above the elbow.
So very serious trauma for Mark Ormrod, and that is for real. Back to our fictional scene here. We can hear the attack coming in. Patrol commander radios the operations room.
Hello, Zero, this is Charlie 3-4. Stand by for 9-liner, over.
0, roger, over.
That warns the operations room that there is a casualty. It tells them to get ready to receive the information. At the same time, it gives the patrol commander time to get the information together. This is all happening in seconds.
Sierra Romeo 559434.
That gives the position.
Charlie 34 Alpha. 1 times Cat Alpha.
That's 1 casualty requiring urgent treatment within 60 minutes.
1 times Lima. Enemy in area of...
And that means it's a stretcher case.
We are still receiving...
The enemy are still attacking them.
Landing site will be marked with smoke. Roger, Safar.
Roger, Safar, over.
1 times Alpha. HLS in open...
1 times Alpha means the casualty is a member of the coalition forces. Helicopter landing site is open. And standing by for MISTAT, which is a medical message giving details of the person, the injury, the symptoms, the treatment.
Over.
Here comes the MISTAT.
Send over.
Zap number. Tango Zulu 1234.
That identifies who the casualty is.
Casualty is unconscious and breathing is difficult. Roger, Safar.
And almost immediately, the Chinook is launched with the Apache attack helicopter in close support. Now, I have with me Squadron Leader Fiona McGlynn, who's an experienced nursing officer, staff officer in charge of MERTs. How is it when you're going out in that helicopter in the hot conditions?
Obviously, there's an adrenaline rush, but you're preparing the kit that you're going to need based on the information that you've been given in that MISTAT. We know this patient has a gunshot wound to his chest, so will he have lost a lot of blood? So we need to be preparing the blood, and will he need to be put to sleep for the journey back to the hospital?
Okay, well now the helicopter has touched down, but the man who's been seriously injured, his life has just gone to pause. And this is how that affected Marine Mark Ormerod.
The last thing I remember is as the Chinook landed, it obviously creates quite a sandstorm. I remember that, and stones and dust flying everywhere, and the heat from the exhaust beating down, and that was it. Then I passed out. The incident happened on Christmas Eve 2007, and the next time I woke up was the 28th of December. I was in Selly Oak Hospital in Birmingham, back in the UK, just down the road.
So the MERT aircraft has landed on, the Apaches staying up high to protect them in the overwatch position, protecting both the MERT aircraft and the crew. The enemy aren't done yet. They attack the Chinook, and the force protection team do their best to keep them at bay. And the Apache is always high above, ready to launch Hellfire missiles on the attackers if necessary. The Force Protection Commander searches the wounded man, and in the military phrase, he sanitizes him before he's airlifted out. His weapon is unloaded. And there, they've carried him on, and the aircraft is already airborne after only 90 seconds. Well, Mark Ormerod, that we were hearing from, who knows all about how this kind of thing does work, has something that he wants to say.
I would just like to say a personal thank you to all the MERT teams that operate in Afghanistan and around the world, and all the pilots, you know, that enable them to get into these dangerous places and save the lives of people like myself. They do a fantastic job. I don't think they could ever get enough recognition for what it is they do. So just wanted to take this opportunity to personally say thank you to them all. So thank you, guys.
Mark Ormerod, one of the bravest men I've met. And of course the other thing in the MERT demo was the Apache on Overwatch Guard, and we then saw the Apache do its own display. And who was in this Apache? It was one Captain Wales. I'm not sure whether people cottoned on when it was first mentioned. It was, of course, Prince Harry.
A beautifully flown 270-degree wing over by Staff Sergeant Boakes. As he now departs out to crowd right, you're in for a pedal turn to the left. The aircraft pitches up to 90 degrees nose up, and then rotates around the mast, giving both pilots a wonderful view of sky, and then nothing but ground. I hope both crew are holding on to their lunch for this next manoeuvre, which is the 90 degree up, 90 degree down.
I think, JJ, that bit's called cows getting bigger, isn't it?
It is indeed. It is indeed. Nothing but sky, nothing but ground there. Keeps both pilots on their toes.
Cows get bigger rather quickly.
Indeed, they do. You're in for a great view of this aircraft now as it does a 270-degree wing over away from the crowd. It almost looks like the aircraft goes all the way upside down. Here comes another roller coaster for the crew. with a twist this time. And the next following manoeuvres are wingovers. We can use these for returning to a target after an attack run, or if the troops are in contact and we need to return back to them very quickly. And as you can see, it's quite a dramatic manoeuvre. The sound of the aircraft with the blades slapping is usually enough to deter the enemy from engaging any friendly troops.
Well, JJ, I think I heard you say just now that one of the crew is Captain Wales. Did you say that?
It is indeed. Captain Wales is with us this afternoon.
Well, maybe we should talk a little more about that when they finish their display.
Indeed. And as they pause now for the bow, a massive wave for both of the crew. Really show your appreciation for their display today.
And especially because, in case there's anybody who hadn't realised who Captain Wales is, it's really Prince Harry. That's what he's generally known as in the army, and he is Captain Wales. So he must have got his public display authority to fly in this, the PDA. Which is the authority for military pilots to fly displays. So he's gone through all the right procedures, and there you have Prince Harry demonstrating in front of you in the amazing Apache helicopter from the Army Air Corps.
Indeed, and as the crew take their bow, big wave everybody as they depart down to crowd left.
You don't very often get bowed to by a prince.
Not at all.
Thank you.
JJ, thank you very much indeed, and of course the Air Force hates you now that you've managed to bring a prince to an Air Force show. It won't do really, but well done, the Army Air Corps.
Indeed, thanks very much, Sean.
Well, there we are, top that, folks. We're just going to have a fly past in a moment from a Royal Air Force Hercules. This just takes us back to the Mert demonstration. This will be a J model Hercules, the advanced model, for which the Royal Air Force was the launch customer. The RAF has 25 of them. Well, he's out there somewhere. Main operational squadrons are 30 and 47, and 24 is the training squadron. My old squadron. So off to the right then, the Hercules C-130 of 24 Squadron. You'll see the ramp is down at the back. It's flown today for us by Flight Lieutenant Stu Wright. Co-pilot is Flight Lieutenant Dave Hogg, and the air load master is Sergeant Andy Prawl, and I think you will probably see him in the back of the aircraft, somewhere near that ramp at the back. And this rounds off our Mert demonstration. This is another of these aircraft that are capable of carrying and looking after and treating casualties.
Again, nice to see the Hercules there as part of the end of the Mert demonstration. A little bit more from 2013 now, and a bit more Vulcan. I'm sorry, I just can't resist, can I? But this is a pretty unique sequence with Vulcan and the Aviators, with lots of onboard cameras on the Aviators, making for quite a spectacle. It's just a short segment from the Cosford 2013 DVD Blu-ray and on-demand programme.
I'm sure a lot of people must have come to the show to see the Vulcan, and they weren't disappointed. And what was really special was the start with the two Aviators, the RV-8 aircraft, flying on its wingtips and doing so beautifully. And there, the Aviators are providing smoke for the Vulcan. She doesn't normally have smoke. An indication of how easy to handle the Vulcan is. She can go this slowly to keep position with these two little aircraft. In fact, they're making more noise than she is. That's Kev Rumans flying. Co-captain is Bill Perrins. Third member of the crew is the Air Electronics Officer Phil Davis. I was saying about Roy Chadwick, the Lancaster designer. He drew this picture in 1946. That's only 5 years after the Lancaster first flew, of the aeroplane that recognisably is this aeroplane today. And even more interestingly, if you stretch it by 3/4 along its length, you get recognisably Concorde, because Vulcan is a predecessor, an antecedent of Concorde. Concorde also had Rolls-Royce Bristol Olympus engines, although rather different ones. Perfect formation there by the two RV8 guys, Alistair Kay and Andy Hill. We were talking about the Sabre being part of the Cold War earlier. With her contemporary bombers, the Valiant and the Victor, Vulcan had been designed to carry the British nuclear deterrent, and she did so in those days when we all thought that we were going to suffer nuclear annihilation any time. She did so until the Navy took over the nuclear deterrent in the mid-60s. When she was a nuclear bomber carrier, and she was doing the quick reaction alert that required, she was painted white, anti-nuclear flash, and then when she stopped doing that and became a low-level conventional bomber, they changed the colour to this current camouflage scheme. And of course, right at the end of her operational career, in April 1982, supported by 11 Victors and another Vulcan, Vulcan 607 hit the centre line of Port Stanley runway, and there are the aviators departing from the formation with the Vulcan.
Yeah, and we'll leave that there. It's just an incredible sequence, and we saw many formation flights with Vulcan over the years, and that was one of the more imaginative ones, especially with those onboard views, giving you a sense of what it's like sitting in an RV8 off the wingtip of a Vulcan. Dramatic stuff. We're going on board again now, and this time with Peter Teichmann in his Spitfire PR. I say PR because I've forgotten exactly what mark it is, but a beautiful display routine, and hopefully the onboard views giving you a sense of what it's like to perform in the skies above Cosford.
So the second Spitfire was Peter Teichmann's beautiful PR-11, the only PR-11 still flying. And he was kind enough to let us put no less than 2 cameras on board to fly with him. I see it taxiing down the runway now. Very rare aeroplane, this. It's a Mark 11, a PR-11, so one of the earlier photo reconnaissance Spitfires. We saw the Mark 19s with the big Griffon engine earlier. Well, this was an earlier photo reconnaissance aircraft with the Merlin engine. So Peter Teichmann is now getting airborne in the Mark 11 Spitfire. Here she is. You see that classic plan form of the wing. One of the things about the photo reconnaissance versions is the wing is completely clean. They carried no guns, so the wing is not interrupted in any way. You just get that perfect elliptical shape.
And the pitching manoeuvres is nicely coordinated, and everything is very smooth and works very well. And obviously, you know, the Spitfire is a great your thoughts from Peter Teichmann, who just loved his old man's watch. Doesn't allow many other people to fly them.
And I think you could truly describe it as elation to see that amazingly beautiful shape against the sky. And of course, the great Spitfire legend was really forged in the skies over southern England during the summer months of 1940 in the Battle of Britain. You may see R on the side of the aircraft. That is the squadron letter for 16 Squadron, because this aircraft did actually belong to 16 Squadron, built in 1944, then delivered to 9 Maintenance Unit here at Cosford, which now lives at the Hangar 11 collection at North Weald in Essex. And as I said, she's the only flying Mark 11 Spitfire in the world. Lovely victory roll from Peter Teichmann. So Peter Teichmann about to carry out his last pass in front of us with his really beautiful Robert Spitfire of 16 Squadron. And many thanks to Peter for bringing his lovely beast over here today. And as she comes towards us, you can see how narrow-tracked that undercarriage is. You can see the flaps down at the back of the wing. Interestingly, the wheels fold down inwards, which means that, unlike the Hurricane, which they fold the other way, which gives the Hurricane a much wider track, so the Hurricane's actually better at handling on the ground than the Spitfire is.
Really nice routine, that, and the onboard view. It's interesting looking back at those who were using, I don't know if you noticed, but one very wide angle camera facing Peter and getting a sense of the world around the aircraft, and one forward facing camera that wasn't quite so wide angle, and that was our first HD minicam, which wasn't a GoPro. This is pre-GoPro days, or when the first ones were coming out. But that was sort of broadcast quality, but you didn't get the sort of wide angle that you really need in a cockpit like the Spitfire, where you haven't got very much room. So you could see on the forward-facing one there was the back of Peter's head, sadly, but hopefully got a sense of what he's looking at and planning as part of his display there. A lovely sequence. So we're going on to 2014 now, and we make note here of the Jaguars on the ground at Cosford, and also talk to a couple of special guests at the show that year.
Well, Cosford's a unique place because it has Jaguars still. Jaguars went out of RAF service in 2007. The last ones, I believe, in the world went out of service in 2014. They were in Oman. So you don't see Jaguars moving anywhere else. So the Cosford Airshow has this unique situation where they actually get 2 Jaguars taxiing on the runway. They're no longer allowed to fly. And the reason for this is because Cosford is where aircraft maintenance mechanics and weapons technicians are trained. And they use these aircraft for training them in things like aircraft marshalling and how to control them when they're taxiing and how to check them, how to check that the flaps are working and the air brakes and all those kind of things. So at the beginning of the show, you get this demonstration. And these 2 Jaguars are taxied by people who are not qualified pilots. One of them is Paul Gordon Bennett, who served with the Air Force for 23 years, and he teaches flight line operations to the mechanics and the weapons technicians. And the second Jaguar is taxied by Corporal Gina Dempsey, and she only joined the Air Force in 2000 as a propulsion technician, and she's now an instructor on the training consolidation flight. And so these are the kind of people who actually get to sit in a Jaguar and taxi it. I mean, what a wonderful experience. And then they get to do it at an air show as well. And while the Jaguars were carrying out their taxiing runs, we caught up with two VIP guests of the show.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm James, Captain Sloane.
And we're at the Cosford Royal Air Force Museum Air Show. Yeah. And it's a nice day.
It is a nice day. It's fantastic. Few too many clouds, actually. I want those to blow away before the displays start, but it's fabulous. And we've both flown in.
Yes, if you can see, I flew in as a passenger for reasons that I'll explain on another day.
And I flew in as a pilot.
Ooh.
Get her.
You see the windsock in the background. There's a fairly stiff, about 12 knots crosswind.
Direct.
Yep, which makes things tricky, especially as we've got some very, very marginal aeroplanes. We've got an RE-8 from the First World War. I think we have a couple of small Junkers from the First World War.
Yeah, displaying today. Yep.
Who else have we got?
Well, we've got the Vulcan. I don't think that's going to have any problems, really.
No, the Vulcan's
going to 12 knot crosswind. We've got the
Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Spitfire, Hurricane and DC-3, or C-47, I suppose I'm supposed to call it. What's that?
So
they're Jaguar. I thought they were all dead.
Jaguars, yeah, fantastic.
Ah,
doing the
all
power
of
checks,
that.
I think.
Yes.
So yes, it's going to be a fantastic day. We're very happy to be here, and hopefully we'll see you later.
So after the taxi,
I thought we'd also see a little bit of what used to start the flying display. Just these large models. We'll just have a little bit of a look at the Vulcan, and I think a little VC-10 model certainly puts any of my radio-controlled aeroplanes to shame, and dealing with the crosswind quite nicely, as you can see.
145 kilograms weight, being put airborne by 4 jet engines. One of the important things about the Large Model Association and its aircraft is the fact that we now fly aircraft which you only see in museums. Very difficult to tell it from the real thing. Coming into land now.
Sequences with the models, and it was a traditional start to the day back in those days. That these days have moved on, it seems. I love the model flying. I remember air shows at Elvington with lots and lots of these aircraft, ramjets and stuff. It's all fairly terrifying, but good fun nonetheless. So we're about to go on to a little interview with Peter Rioch, who was flight operations manager and probably assistant in these days. He'll give an interview about bringing aircraft out of the museum as part of the static display at Cosford, which has always been, the guys have done so well. And this year it was an anniversary of the Harrier, probably first flight. Let's find out. Peter can tell us.
A rare treat in the static display now, a wonderful array of Harriers.
Hi, I'm Peter Rioch, and I'm the Air Operations Assistant for the 2014 RAF Cosford Airshow. So this year is the 50th anniversary of the Kestrel aircraft taking its first flight. We wanted to celebrate this as there is a Kestrel in the RAF Museum at Cosford. So we've tried to put together as many Harrier variants as possible, and today we have 4 Harrier variants, including the Kestrel prototype, on display for the public. Obviously, due to the short runway length for Cosford, we can't bring in as many visiting static aircraft as other air shows, so we like to do different with what we have to hand, and we believe the Harrier display this year is something unique for our visitors to see. For the visitors, I think it'd be nice to them to see the Harrier variants for how they've progressed and changed in size and shape through the years, from the Kestrel prototype to the larger GR3, the Sea Harrier variant, and also the GR9 as it finished, which is a lot larger aircraft than the Kestrel that it proceeded from. With this display, we've tried to make all the aircraft as authentic as possible, so the GR3 is tooled up as it would in the Falklands War. It's been repainted to replicate an aircraft deployed with hand-painted tail number, and even goes down to the authenticity of having the special Falkland Islands bump below the nose, which was adapted for ship-searching radar. When we at Cosford received the GR9, it didn't have any markings, so we've applied special markings. On one side, it's got the RAF markings of 4 Squadron, and on the other side, it's marked up as a Naval Straight Wing Fighter from 800 Naval Air Squadron to show how the GR9 and Joint Force Harrier was a dual-service project. So we're glad we could put on such a unique display of these 4 Harrier aircraft, and it's probably something that will never be seen again. So hopefully the public enjoyed seeing them all out on display at the RAF Cosford 2014 Airshow.
Well, I certainly did, Peter. I thought it was a great display, and we've seen that a lot at Cosford, and it's very easy to wander around that static display enjoying all the aeroplanes and think, yep, got some aeroplanes out, but the work that goes into the accuracy of the aircraft, you know, going to the lengths of adding markings and lumps and bumps for detecting ships and things, yeah, it's a great deal of effort going in there, and we should be always grateful. Bit of a interesting moment here in 2014. Bill Hartree, who'd been the flying display director at the show, wasn't able, due to ill health, to direct the 2014 show. Now, for me, producing these live broadcasts, and this would have been one of the sort of early ones that we really were making a big effort on, I've had a few moments over the years where it's felt like it was all worthwhile. Like quite a lot of effort goes into, as you can imagine, bringing a team together to produce a live broadcast, and they don't earn us money directly, so we're reliant on people buying DVDs, Blu-rays, and our PTV on demand subscribers. But saying all that, this is a subject matter I'm passionate about, and an industry that I'm passionate about as well, the airshow industry. And just prior to the Red Arrows display this year, my phone rang, and I was on camera 1, so I'm ready for the Red Arrows to come over and to film. And who was it? It was Bill Hartree. So he was calling me up just prior to the Red Arrows display to say, the audio's gone, the audio's gone. I'm thinking, what's he talking about? And of course we dropped our audio on the live broadcast because some music was being picked up by the microphones. And it was just this wonderful little moment of realising that Bill, sadly not able to be at the show, but was enjoying his flying display, shall we say. So let's play, and I think I've got my dates right. I may have merged, and forgive me if that's the case. But what we'll watch now is that Red Arrows display. So there I was on the phone to Bill saying, oh yeah, it's just because of the music. It will be back up in a moment for the Reds display. And indeed it was. So I thought we'd play the Red Arrows display from the finished programme that year as it reminds me of that occasion, which was... yeah, but quite poignant, just for me personally, it's moments like that make it all worthwhile, knowing someone could enjoy the display at home, as indeed you are doing. I hope you are. Let's have a look at the Red Arrows display at Cosford in 2014.
If I could now please have a very big round of applause, as here they are for 2014. It's the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. Arriving there in battle, the jets were around 20 feet apart at 400 miles an hour. You see them now collapse to around 6 to 8 feet apart as they're led up into a loop. Reds 8 and 9 tuck in to form a short diamond formation. Leading them into the loop is Red 1, the team's leader, squadron leader Jim Turner. It's his third and final year as team leader. He's a former Jaguar pilot. He's very experienced in the display world, having displayed the Jaguar, spent 3 years previously in the Red Arrows, and spent 3 years as the official advisor to the Royal Saudi Air Force's display team. The shape the team have formed now is called Flanker. It's named after the Su-27 Flanker, and they're coming in the left-hand side with some white smoke in Flanker. So the team are about to form a very wide shape. This one is known as Phoenix. You'll see the Reds 2 to 4 move forward to the leader's wing. Reds 8 and 9 will move to the outside. And from Red 8's right wingtip to Red 9's left wingtip, the formation measures around 100 metres or 300 feet. To enable the formation to stay as one while they're manoeuvring, the outside pilots have to anticipate their control inputs. So to do so, they use the cadence in Red 1's voice, as you will hear shortly as they reverse to our right-hand side. But now in from the left with some patriotic red, white and blue, this is Phoenix. So you hear Red 1 called reversing right now, and on the N of now is when he puts his control input in to enable that wide formation to stay as one. The outside pilots put their input in early, maybe even as early on the R of right. Out to the left with the smoke on, you see the team have formed the iconic shape of Concorde. Now, if you get your cameras ready, they're coming in at 400 miles an hour, and they're going to show us the Concorde Loop. So from 400 miles an hour, they pull up at 4 times the force of gravity. Red 1 has now called them into feathered arrow formation, or Fred as we call it. And as they reach the top of this loop, they're climbing to a height of 6,000 feet. The aircraft slow down to about 150 miles an hour, and the G backs off to around 1 G. You can see that nice feathered arrow shape now. As they start coming down the other side of the loop, the speed will build up to around 400 miles an hour again. The G starts increasing to around 4G as they twist Fred. That's the end of the first half of the Red Arrows display, ladies and gentlemen, where you've seen close formation with all 9 aircraft. We're now going to be splitting the formation down into sections of 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7 aircraft.
At the front of the formation are Reds 1.
Reds 1 to 5, 8 and 9 pull up in Phoenix. Keep your eyes underneath at the synchro pair. This is the Palm Split. Wings of Enid drop down to form an inverted V shape. And if you look to your right, there's a lone jet. This is Red 9. Get your cameras ready now as Red 9 performs the Goose. The aircraft reach a height of 7,000 feet, and as the smoke comes on, they get ready to perform their very famous heart. Look to the top left of the heart now. You'll see another aircraft approaching to add a final touch. Putting his smoke on is Red 8's Flight Lieutenant Martin Pert. He's in his 3rd and final year with the team. He's a former Hawk flying instructor, Hawk display pilot, and Harrier GR9 pilot. Left and right for the synchro pair, they're descending back to 100 feet to perform the opposition barrel roll. Red 1 is now twisting this loop towards us through 90 degrees in Vixen formation. So now, get your cameras ready. This is the vertical brake. The inside pilots perform tight match rolls to the outside of the formation in the rollbacks. With the red smoke on, getting very dizzy now, is Red 5 Flight Lieutenant Steve Morris. It's Steve's second year with the team. He's a former Hawk flying instructor. He's also flown both the Harrier GR9 and the Tornado GR4 before donning his red suit last year. Reds 8 and 9 pitch up to roll around 6 and 7. They perform their own rolls and splits. This is the Jippo brake. On the right-hand side, Red 7 is now descending down to his display height of 100 feet. Red 6 on the left, this is Synchro's final manoeuvre. These are the double rolls. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the fabulous Synchro pair. And you've been watching the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows.
Looked like a superb day for an air show in 2014, didn't it? A really nice sequence there from the Red Arrows. That's the refined segment from our finished programme, our sort of 90-minute programme that we release on DVD and Blu-ray and, of course, on demand. And if you're just joining us, I'll do the plug again. I've got a sale on PlanesTV.com. That's for our DVDs and Blu-rays. They're all 30% off. Rather, the Cosford DVDs and Blu-rays are 30% off at PlanesTV.com this weekend. That's till Monday. Do go grab one of those. That would help us a lot in a year where we're going to need it. And thank you also to all the people that have been subscribing on PTV On Demand. That's our subscription service where you can watch hundreds of hours of the airshow content that we've produced since the early 90s. There's a free trial there available at the moment. So if you fancy going and, whiling away a few more hours watching these old air shows, you can do that at watch.planestv.com. It should be fairly straightforward to sign up for a 7-day free trial. Thanks to everyone tuning in. It's fantastic to see the conversation going on YouTube particularly, and over on Facebook a little as well. Some really good shared memories of air shows, and it's nice, isn't it? You know, we're lacking in these opportunities to chat to like-minded people about the air shows that we enjoy so much. So do join the chat, say hello. Everyone's very friendly over there, and I've got a very clever spam bot kicking out the ones that aren't. That's not an invitation, by the way. So let's have one last little bit from 2014. Last weekend, I've been doing these live broadcasts every Saturday at 11. That will change next week to the 2 p.m. So last weekend we broadcast was it the Abingdon show? Someone help me out in the chat. Someone a regular viewer can tell me. But it was the Canberra from Mid-Air Squadron, its debut display. It was at Abingdon, I'm going to go with that. And here, in 2014, we see it joined by the Hunter. Let's get back on with some flying, shall we, with Mid-Air's Hunter and Canberra formation.
A T-7 Hunter in the colours of the Mid-Air Squadron. Dave Piper flying the PR9 Canberra, Chris Heames flying the T7 Hunter. The Canberra with two Rolls-Royce Avon 206s, and the Hunter with one Rolls-Royce Avon 100. Canberra's engine's a bit more powerful than the Hunter's, and they've got two of them. And isn't that a smashing sound? And don't they look lovely in that silver colour scheme? Now I think they're going to turn away from us and come in from the far side of the airfield for a split. Once again, there's that lovely skyscape. See, airplanes look so much better against a sky like that than against a plain blue sky. So here they are coming back towards us. Well, now with me is John Martin, who's one of the engineers responsible for these magnificent aeroplanes. Is that right, John?
Yes, I am. I'm the senior maintenance engineer of C2 Aviation, who were the company that put the Canberra back to the skies and helped get the XL577 T7 Hunter back in the air as well.
And here is the Hunter coming in from our left. Nice 4-point roll. I know from my experience with the Vulcan how expensive it is to keep these things going, so somebody's got to be very generous.
He's got deep pockets, which is lovely.
Good. I think this is Chris's oblique loop, which is a loop-the-loop manoeuvre, but lying slightly on its side. Because the Hunter, not that agile an aircraft, having to do a very large loop compared with what we've been seeing with some of the other aircraft. But elegant nonetheless, and it shows that the cloud base is quite high enough to be able to get on with this. Britain's most successful post-war fighter, the main frontline RAF day fighter during the 1950s. Lovely topside view. So the Hunter then delivered to 23 nations. Very successful. And here comes the Canberra. Crossing over with the Hunter. Sorry, I nearly made the mistake of talking over the Blue Note. It's not done, is it?
Their last pass, you will hear both of them together.
Excellent. So, back to the Canberra coming back in from the right. And if you think the cockpit looks a bit wonky, that's because it is offset to one side. It's a two-person crew. This is a photo reconnaissance aircraft, pilot and a navigator. Pilot sitting on the left-hand side of the aircraft, but with just a little skinny cockpit actually mounted on the left-hand side, and the navigator sitting down in the nose with a window or only a very tiny one.
He has two tiny windows, left and right, and that's all the view he has.
It was originally called the English Electric A1, flew in 1949, 3 years before the Vulcan, and it became the Canberra. Hang on, I'll shut up. It became the Canberra because Australia was the first export customer for this aircraft.
Yeah, he's coming in for his dirty pass now.
Ah, that's an Air Force word, isn't it? Dirty pass means the airframe is not cleaned up, so it doesn't mean to say it's got particularly grubby, but he has got the wheels down, and probably some flaps down as well, I suspect. Did I see a bomb bay open there?
It's you do. It's actually the flare bay on this type of Canberra.
Yeah, I didn't think it carried bombs.
No. It was used for flares when they had a typical a different photographic system.
About 20,000 pounds of static thrust being unleashed on us there, and here comes the Hunter again. John, thank you very much indeed for telling us all about your lovely babies.
It's been a pleasure.
Well, wasn't that splendid?
Well, Bill Hartree, Wing Commander Bill Hartree, a very good flying display director. The flying display director, of course, is an absolutely essential part of any air show. And Bill ran a very tight ship. He was very good at it. He had lots of experience in air shows. He was a retired wing commander, but still was around in his RAF flying suit. And one of the things that he particularly wanted of us as the commentary team was for us to be close to where he was in case there was an emergency, so that we would have good communication. Now, actually, where he was in the control tower, which was right back, well back from the display line, quite near to the hangars. So we would really much rather be on the front line where we can see what the audience is seeing. So if you have, for instance, helicopters and things, unless you're on the front line, you can't quite often see what they're doing. But we were a long way back in our commentary position alongside the control tower. But that was what Bill wanted. And I could see his reasons for it. But it did occasionally mean that we made mistakes about things, which, of course, people are always happy to let you know about, because we actually couldn't see what was going on. Mind you, that wasn't the only reason for making mistakes. We made lots of others as well. But that was one of the reasons. But we always had a scaffolding commentary position. In fact, I do remember a particular airshow director, when I referred to the commentary position, he said, "Is that like the missionary position?" But I think we may well pass that one by. Our commentary position was a scaffolding with roof to it. And on those wet days that we've been talking about, I can remember the rain pattering down on this plastic roof, and of course the plastic roof would fill up and it would bow over our heads, and we used to wonder whether it was actually going to collapse in the middle of the show. It actually never did, but a lot of water got thrown around, and of course all of our equipment was mains powered, so we were rather keen on not getting water into it. So that was occasionally a little on the dodgy side. But Bill Hartree, as I said, a really great flying display director, and sad to say, he died in 2014. I think you have mentioned, and we all missed him a lot.
Indeed, and there was a very nice tribute in the following Cosford Show 2015, which was a Jet Provost display at the very start of the display, and perhaps it's an opportunity to show that now. And just my memory is that you gave a nice introduction to why we were seeing that tribute at the start of the Cosford Show.
A Jet Provost joining us from East Midlands Airport. Now, the reason we're getting this aeroplane is rather special to the air show, because for the last 10 years, The flying display director here has been Bill Hartree. Now this is a jet provost which was closely associated with Bill, and a few weeks before the show last year, Bill was taken ill with cancer. And today's flying display director, Mike Stanway, took over at short notice. He'd been Bill's deputy. Bill couldn't be here for the show last year, and he died in December. Much missed. An excellent flying display director, a great family man. Anyway, he'd done a lot of instructing on the jet provost. So this display is in honour of the late, great Bill Hartree. And in memory of Bill Hartree, the Flying Control Committee here will, for this show and in the future, award the Hartree Memorial Trophy for the most accurate, safe and polished flying display at the RAF Cosford show. I would think possibly that Dan Arlott flying this JP today could be in the running for that. We shall see. This particular elegant little aeroplane served at Royal Air Force Finningley, which is now called Robin Hood Airport, Doncaster, Sheffield. And if you can see the letter U on the tail fin and on the tip tanks, if you're close enough, I'm not, that says that it was at number 6 Flying Training School at Finningley, used for navigator training and low-level and air defence on the low-level and air defence unit, LLAD. Lovely, steady, slow roll there from Dan Arlott. The slower the roll, the more difficult it is to do. And you really get your hands and legs crossed over doing that. Completely cross controls to make the aircraft keep going in a straight line while it's doing a slow roll. So Bill Hartree then died in November of last year, and some of us went up to his funeral. He lived in the Lake District. He was very keen on ancient Rolls Royces, had a very elegant one. And his wife, Afra, and daughters, Debbie and Jennifer, laid on an extraordinary funeral. It was just a celebration of a man's life. He was not religious, Bill, at all, and he'd stipulated that at his funeral there was to be no, as he put it, God-bothering, which is an Air Force phrase. And a very good time was had by all, albeit tinged with a few tears. And I know that Dan Arlott, flying this plane today, will be very proud to have undertaken this memorial flight for a very good man.
So yes, well, 2015 then was, of course, Vulcan's final year of displaying. She displayed for 8 years, well, 7, 8 years, which was far longer than anybody had ever expected that she would do. But she was finally grounded in 2015. So Cosford 2015 was her last appearance at Cosford, and it was the same year that we were celebrating Victory in Europe's 70th anniversary. It reminded me, I also had the big honour of being Vulcan's official commentator, and I would go around with her to lots of other shows. Of course, at Cosford I was there already. But I worked out that year that when I did the final flight of Vulcan at Robin Hood Airport, Doncaster, Sheffield, that snappily titled airfield, her final flight, that was my 99th Vulcan commentary. I never quite made it to 100. So 2015 then, the last time for Vulcan and the last time at Cosford, I worked out that over the 12 years that we, Airsound, Jonathan Ruffle and I, commentated at Cosford, we did just over 68 hours of commentary, averaging 5.7 hours of commentary each year at the show. And we thoroughly enjoyed it. We just loved Cosford, and it was a great thing to have done.
Superb, and that's a nice way to go into Vulcan and just see a few more minutes of your commentary, and a well-versed commentary as well for the Vulcan display.
Here she is then, in her last ever flying display season. When this aeroplane lands in October, you will never see another Vulcan fly again. Starting at about 160 knots, 184 miles an hour, and accelerating up to 300 knots. And pulling away off to our left to come straight in from the far side of the airfield. And the noise there coming from 4 Rolls-Royce Bristol Olympus engines, 202 engines, 16,500 pounds of static thrust each, total of about 65,000. The same engine, a later model, was the engine that powered Concorde. Of course, the Concorde ones had reheat. This was not a supersonic aeroplane, the Vulcan, but if you look at the shape, and if you extend that shape by about 1 3/4, you do actually get recognisably Concorde. The shape that was to become Vulcan, first drawn on a scruffy piece of paper in 1946 by the man who designed the fantastic Lancaster, Roy Chadwick. He died in 1947 in a crash, and he never saw his brilliant design fly. Nor did he see it become the first successful operational delta-winged aircraft in the world, rather like R.J. Mitchell not seeing his Spitfire into RAF service. So watch now as Bill Ramsey takes the aircraft into a spiral climb. We got it, the famous Vulcan howl. There are different explanations for how that happens. The easiest is that people say it's a bit like blowing over the top of a Coke bottle. You've got 2 engines on each side with a single intake, and under certain conditions you get that wonderful whistling sound. She's getting her wheels down now. She's not going to land here. The runway's not long enough, but we will see her fly by with her wheels down. So you get to see the 18 wheels of the aircraft, 16 in the main undercarriage and 2 of the nose wheel. So the RAF got its first Vulcan in 1956. It had been designed with the Valiant and the Victor to carry the British nuclear deterrent during the Cold War. Last year it was 25 years since the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the European communist regimes, which eventually ended the Cold War, and this aeroplane was a significant player in that ending of the Cold War. Undercarriage coming up as she goes by. She's 55 years old this year, this particular aeroplane. And Vulcans, she was kept on after Vulcans virtually went out of service as part of the Vulcan display flight, because then as now, everybody loved her so much they wanted her to keep on flying as a display aircraft. And she finally retired from the RAF in 1993. Now as she comes by this time, watch for the bomb doors opening, and you'll see that capacious bomb bay that carried 21 1,000-pound bombs. So Jonathan Lazari, the AEO, is opening the bomb bay as she goes by. And that, of course, is the heart of the bomber. And that was the bomb load that Martin Withers, sitting in the right-hand seat today, took the more than 7,000 miles down to the Falkland Islands from Ascension Island, 7,000 miles round trip. He was supported by 11 Victor tankers, and he had 18 refuelings in order to get that bomb load to the Falkland Islands and bomb the runway at Port Stanley. He dropped all 21 1,000-pound bombs, and they hit the runway with 2, and that was about par for the course because these were dumb wartime bombs. If you wanted to make sure of hitting a point target, you had to have lots of overkill. So they did what they were supposed to do, and they eventually got back. Martin Withers was awarded the DFC, and it was a turning point in the Falklands War. It gave the Argentines pause for thought, and they didn't station their fast jets on the Falkland Islands, which was significant in the prosecution of the war. Bombay doors closed now. As you can see, she's as manoeuvrable as a fighter. After she left the RAF, nobody thought we'd ever see a Vulcan fly again, but they didn't. They counted without 2 people in particular, but lots of others. David Walton, who bought this aeroplane and all the spares, and Dr. Robert Fleming, who eventually formed what is now the Vulcan to the Sky Trust. And she eventually flew again in 2007, so 8 years ago. It's been an extraordinary, there's always been the problem of money. And now this has become her last year because the 3 technical authority companies that have to be, by regulation, looking after her, or rather not looking after, but certificating her, have decided that they can't afford to support her anymore. So at the end of the year, she will land and there will never be another Vulcan flying again. And interestingly, there will also never be another British-built 4-jet aeroplane flying again. That's how significant she is. But she's going to have a fantastic season this year. Lots of exciting dates already lined up. See, she can whisper by when she's not making lots of noise. Well, Bill Ramsey has done a slightly different display, but I rather fear that was the last pass. And so, as I said, if this is your only air show of the season, then that will be your last sight of Vulcan flying. I can only suggest that, as the great Dr. Seuss said, the man who wrote those wonderful children's books, The Cat in the Hat and How the Grinch Stole Christmas, he said, "Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened." Or if you can't manage that, perhaps at least smile through the tears.
Yes, so 2015 being your last Cosford show then, and it's been a real pleasure to have you on the stream, Sean, and reliving some of our memories of those events.
Thank you very much, Ian. It's always been a great pleasure to work with PlanesTV, or as I remember it, Aviation Action.
Yeah, maybe I've got some 1991 and 1992 material which has the, to me, famous soundtrack of Aviation Action, you know, the same piece of music he used to use on all those programmes. So yeah, I'll pass on your regards to the old man, and thanks again for your time today.
Great pleasure.
And it really was a great pleasure chatting to Sean. We had a good half hour, 45 minutes of reliving shared memories of Cosford shows, and it's amazing how they all blend into one, but somehow or other we managed to sort of split them apart and go through some of Sean's highlights. And I hope you've enjoyed his insight into some of the things that they've tried to do and failed due to weather and things like that. And some of his picks of the action there. I hope they've been fun. A quick thank you to Sylvia over on YouTube for the super chat donation there, which is very welcome indeed. All the support we can get is very welcome. Next week, I've alluded to a couple of times that the start time of the Saturday Airshow broadcast will be different. And that's because I'm working with Airability on something called the Armchair Airshow. I'm going to play you a short video here. I got very carried away doing a promo video for it, and this will give you some idea of what it is going to be. I miss air shows.
Armchair Airshow, Mike Ling checking in.
Mike Ling, display running on time, you're cleared on slot.
Cleared on slot, copy. Mike Ling.
Armchair Airshow, Historic 1, checking in. Mike Ling and Historic 1, over to our flight display director, Mike Miller-Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves an airshow.
Red Arrow!
So yes, you'll see there it's available on the Airability YouTube channel and Facebook page, and we'll simulcast as well on PlanesTV's channels as well. So if you're watching now, you'll be able to watch that next week, just at the different start time of 2 p.m. UK time in the afternoon. It's going to be something quite special. It's turned into a massive job. I'm filling my days with bringing together material from all sorts of obscure aircraft. The Airability guys doing an absolutely incredible job of bringing support from people across the world to talk through their displays or their aircraft. And I've been recording those interviews, and we've got much more to do this week. And I'll be live. Well, we will be live. You might have recognised a couple of voices there, George Bacon and Mike Ling, both involved in presenting the show next week, Saturday, 2 p.m. in the afternoon. So it's going to be a special one, that, and I'm redirecting all my efforts next week into it. It's going to be a roller coaster. It's going to be fun. We're into 2015 Cosford Show. We've tried to do the whole thing chronologically here, and we're talking to Peter Rioch, who is Flight Operations Manager. You can Twitter me if I'm wrong, Peter, for 5 shows from 2015 through to 19. That works. And he spent some time with me yesterday, same as Sean, chatting through some of his highlights from the show. So this one, we're talking about 2015, and I'll let Peter introduce himself and his involvement in the airshow. Peter, thank you ever so much for taking the time to join me. Tell us a little bit about how you got into the airshow world.
So I grew up in Wolverhampton, so Cosford was always my local show. So I saw it, throughout the 90s and early 2000s as a spectator. Then when I was an air cadet there, I worked a bit doing, the litter picking and crowd line control and all things like that. Then when I was at university, really started to look at how the show was organised. And I found myself lucky enough in 2013 to start volunteering with the organising team. And then from September 2014, joined the organising team. So the 2015 show all the way to the 2019 show, I was lucky enough to work at Cosford, looking after the aircraft participation for the show, which was really good fun.
Which sounds like
now moved on to Airtitude, so happy days.
Doing the similar role, and it sounds like a dream job to most of us aviation geeks. Certainly, I've just been chatting to BBC Radio Shop Show. Maybe you viewers listened to my interview this morning, and her first line was, "Filming air shows, that's a dream job, isn't it?" And I was like, I don't know. I think Peter's got one better than me. Let's talk about those shows then. So 2015, your first show, and there's a couple of highlights that you mentioned on Twitter that you'd like me to include, and we will do in a moment. So what were those highlights of 2015?
So 2015, the main theme that we looked at was 70 years of VE Day. So we put together, it was the first time we had the Vintage Village, or Victory Village as it was then, on the ground. And so we also had a finale to the flying display, the V-Day finale. So we kind of penned a set piece, because I love watching set pieces when you go to an air show, to kind of, rather than just aircraft flying around on their own, kind of tell a bit of theatrical. So we had the Avro Anson from Air Atlantique doing a kind of coastal patrol, and then that got bounced by a Messerschmitt 109, aka a Bushon. And then it was the Hurricane and Mustang that scrambled to intercept it. And I think it was one of the first shows, it was the Sharkmouth Mustang. It was one of the first shows where that had been seen. So that was really good. I remember standing on the balcony of the Air Traffic Control Tower, watching that at the end of a successful, safe day, and being very pleased with that. And also 2015, we had the 727 was another highlight. I think that arrived with the blades and then did a really spirited solo display. I think the missed approach at the end onto Cosford short runway sticks in my mind as a quite a good moment as well.
Well, let's take a look at that now. Let's go in with the 727 and the blades from 2015. Peter, thank you ever so much for taking the time to join me. Tell us a little bit about how
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're having a fantastic time here at Cosford Airshow today. I'm here on behalf of 2XL Aviation. I'm going to talk you through what is happening right now. If you look to the left, a sight that is very, very, very rarely seen, we have 4 extra 300 stunt aircraft from the Blades aerobatic team flying alongside a Boeing 727. They're about 20 feet apart on either side of the wing there. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2XL Aviation fleet. It's part of our fleet of aircraft. As I said, we have the Blades aerobatic team. The 727 you can see is operated by 2XL under the partnership of T2 Aviation. The Blades have escorted the 727 in. They're going to fly away. They'll be back a little bit later on to fly our full display for you. The 727 is going to remain with us for a little while longer. It's going to perform a display for you here this afternoon. Now, as I said, the 727 is operated by 2XL under the partnership of T2. T2 holds a contract to supply Oil Spill Response Limited with a dispersant spray aircraft for any worldwide oil contingencies. So the aircraft that you can see here, this is GOSRB. It's one of the last 727s produced by Boeing, and it was specifically manufactured for FedEx for its domestic cargo operations. Now, Oil Spill Response is a company that is set up, and the major shareholders of the company are oil companies such as BP. And the role of the 727 within that company is to provide a capability to spray dispersant over oil slick over the water. So the 727 that you can see is going to be modified. It was chosen for its range, dash speed and stability. Plus it has 3 engines, so it provides quite a lot of redundancy just in case one of those engines goes down during flight. Now, the concept of delivery is that this aircraft will fly at very low level over the sea where there's been an oil slick, and it will spray the oil slick with approximately 17 tons of fluid in a suitable pattern to actually break the oil down and disperse it so as not to cause, or to cause as little environmental hazard as possible. The sister aircraft to the one displaying here is GOSRA, and that was actually the very last production B-727 built in 1984. That one is currently undergoing modifications to accept a newly developed and advanced spray system. And we're hoping that that will be ready in late autumn this year. And that system is actually being designed and manufactured, fitted and tested by various 2XL aviation departments. So in the 727 today, the aircraft is being captained by Dan Griffith. Dan is an ex-Royal Air Force pilot. He's amassed about 7,600 flying hours across a variety of more than 510 different types, marks of aircraft. That includes fighters, airliners, helicopters, gliders, airships and float planes. The senior first officer on board today is Richie Matthews. Richie's had an RAF career that spanned more than 27 years. He flew Jaguars at RAF Coltishall and then moved to Lossiemouth as a qualified weapons instructor. Richie actually spent 3 years as a pilot with the Royal Air Force aerobatic teams, the Red Arrows. That was between 1994 and 1997, where he flew as Red 2, 4 and then 8. Richie's last posting in the RAF was as the officer commanding for 51 Squadron during the final years of the Nimrod R1. Today we have flight engineer Mike Goodliff. Mike joined RAF Halton as an apprentice and served for 8 years. He's since flown many aircraft types and has also worked for British Airways, Virgin Atlantic and British Caledonian before coming to join 2XL Aviation. Now the 727 is going to bend its way back down towards us, so if you're down there at the front of the crowd line, make sure you've got your camera ready. This is a nice slow turn now, the aircraft's going to come past us, and this is in landing configuration, just above landing speed, so make sure you get a good photo of this one, nice close-up of GOSRB. Aviation is also going to be operating the 727 that you've seen here within its charter cargo business. So the aircraft is capable of delivering up to 24 metric tons anywhere in the world. Now that's the last we're going to see of the 727. Next up we've got the blades going to be displaying for us. I know many of you here at Cosford will have seen the blades display before. It's actually our 10th display season this year, so we're celebrating an anniversary year, so we're very excited to be starting that season here at Cosford for you this afternoon. If you haven't seen the blades display before, then you are in for a real treat. I'm going to talk you through it. I'll be telling you where to look and what's happening in the cockpit as the pilots perform all of their manoeuvres. Now, all of the blades are former Red Arrows pilots. They all flew fast jets in the RAF, and between them they have more than 30,000 flying hours.
I think we'll leave the C7 there. I hadn't actually intended on showing the blades. We're really quite pushed for time through the rest of the afternoon, but if you'd really like to see the blades, let me know on the chats on Facebook and YouTube, and I'll perhaps I'll revisit this 2015 material. Although it's a little grey, isn't it? One of the other routines that Peter mentioned just prior to the 727 was the VE Day finale. These set pieces really do add a lot to a show, you know, especially when you've got someone willing to spend the time putting together things like interviews and supportive material. So let's go take a look at that. It's the other selection that Peter made from 2015. It's the finale to this flying, celebrating and commemorating VE Day.
In fact, it was an Annie that made the first RAF attack of the war, Second War, in September 1939 on a German submarine. That's a lovely sight, isn't it? 3 Annies actually managed to fight off Messerschmitt 109s over the beaches at Dunkirk. They shot down 2 and damaged a 3rd. And later they had a version of the Annie with 2 20mm cannon poking down through the floor so that they could fire on E-boats, those high-speed launches that the German Navy were rather keen on. But as I said, their primary role was training. They trained pilots, navigators, radio operators, bomb aimers, gunners in schools and Commonwealth countries in Africa and Canada, Australia, New Zealand. It was the Commonwealth Air Training Plan. They even sold 50 of them to the United States Army Air Force as trainers. Now Ben's got the wheels down on the Annie. You'll have seen as she took off, she's a tailwheel aircraft. We didn't believe in that tricycle undercarriage stuff till quite a bit later. That was nasty American import. The wheels slowly coming up into the engine nacelles there. Towards the end of the war, Avro developed the Annie into what they call the Avro 19. There's one of those in the static display off to the right-hand end, beautiful blue aeroplane. The RAF took some of those on as the C-19 communications transport, and British European Airways actually had some 19s on the Northern Ireland routes. They were still producing these aeroplanes in 1952, so from 1933 to 1952, it's not bad, one of the longest production runs ever. And the RAF kept using them until 1968. More than 11,000 of these aeroplanes were built. Not many left now. This particular aeroplane was built at the Avro factory at Yeadon, next to what's now Leeds Bradford Airport. It was built in 1950 and was in RAF service as a T-21 navigation trainer. It was converted to a C-21 transport, and then she stopped flying, I don't know, sometime between 65 and 78. Anytime you like, really. Pardon? Just anytime you like. I'll go now then.
He tries to always position himself in such a way.
So there it was. The poor old Annie going about its business when it's bounced by a Messerschmitt 109. This is Germany's most important fighter of the war. 35,000 of these were built. A really excellent fighter aircraft, one of the best ever. First flew about the same time as the Annie in 1935, and was able to prove itself in the Spanish Civil War. The E version of this aeroplane, the Emil, made mincemeat of all its enemies except the Spitfire. The Spitfire was the only aircraft at the time that could take it on. It was small size, high acceleration, fast climb and dive, and very good maneuverability. Although the cannon had better range and striking power than the British 8 machine guns. Problems with this aircraft, and here goes a Hurricane. So the Messerschmitt 109 obviously needed dealing with.
Totally not running to time, totally off time.
I hope we've still got Jonathan Ruffle with us. I know Sean's producer has been listening, has been viewing today. You can just hear him in the background there, trying to queue up various segments of interviews that we weren't being fed. That's to do with trying to avoid broadcasting or streaming music during the show. So hopefully the sound of the aircraft and Sean's interjections during this routine are enough to enhance your enjoyment.
Flying the Mustang in that tail chase on the Messerschmitt is one Norwegian, as Churchill included the Norwegians in that. Pilot is Lars Ness, who is flying the Mustang, which belongs to the Norwegian Spitfire Foundation. And there is the sound of the Mustang, a very distinctive whistling sound. The Mustang and the Hurricane, very different eras. The Mustang, vastly improved performance, much longer range. And I think the 109 has now disappeared, been seen off by the 2 Allied aircraft, the Hurricane and the Mustang.
that, a really nice sequence put together. The Anson, the Bouchon and the Sharkmouth Mustang there, and the Hurricane as well. Superb stuff. It was a pick of Peter's from the 2015 show. Moving on to 2016 now, and Peter's going to select another display from that one. So on to 2016. And not a classic year for video. It's one of those days where it's a bit overcast and no fluffy white clouds to give a bit of contrast in the sky, but a decent flying display nonetheless, and a debut for Cosford as well.
Yeah, so from memory, the weather in the week leading up wasn't ideal. It's one of the many weeks before Cosford we end up seeing to getting soaked through, even though you're wearing waterproofs. But we had Gazelle Squadron. That was their first ever flying display. So they had the pair doing a flying display and an extra one in the static. And I seem to recall that the getting the paperwork sorted then was kind of right down to the wire. It was all sorted. Actually, getting the right bits of paper from the CAA and signed by the right people and whatever. I think we got that all sorted on the Friday before the Sunday show. But yeah, nice debut for them. And I think people like classic helicopters. I think it's something that we saw quite a lot of in Cosford in later years.
Yeah, certainly the multiple helicopter displays always seem to go down very well. Things like the Black Cat's two-ship. And like you, I really enjoyed seeing the Gazelles put through their places in 2016. Let's take a look at their flying display.
Is there a lot of sensory feedback on the stick? Is it very visceral to fly? Do you feel?
Yes, it is. It is.
There's no assistance.
Nothing is assisted. We do have a SAS, an automated system that can be switched on in some of them, but no, never felt the need to actually use that.
So it's a true pilot's aircraft.
It is. Yeah, you can certainly feel or fly from the seat of your pants in this one.
Something that always gets asked at air shows with aircraft that are in formation display teams is the communication between the two pilots. Obviously, they've got to get their synchronicity right. They've got to make sure that the manoeuvres are right. So when they do their training, their workout, they're constantly talking to each other over the radio.
They are indeed. Russ is the lead, and he's the one making all the calls. We've been very lucky this year insofar as we have been allowed to use Abingdon Airfield to practice our displays. Obviously the weather has been a big part of our limited time to put this together, as well as obviously coordinating two pilots that have a day job.
This is a beautiful manoeuvre now. You can see they're doing a sort of coordinated dance, which really is, looks quite difficult to do, I'd imagine, to synchronise.
This was Blue Eagles manoeuvre, where they actually had it with 4 aircraft then.
Of course, Russ is ex-Blue Eagles, isn't he?
He is, and I believe, as I said, 1999 was his last display at Liverpool Airport, I believe.
Perfect. It's always welcome to see new teams on the scene, on the display circuit, and to see something a little bit different like this is fantastic.
So as you're down on the crowd line and as our two Gazelles come towards you and take a bow there, that's very nice. Give them a wave. The pilots can see you, and they'll be very pleased to see you waving back at them.
Now they'll climb up to 300 or 400 foot. There goes the bow. And they'll climb vertically up, face each other, do a little bow to each other, and do what we call the death spiral, and display out to the opposite ends of the airfield.
course, one of the roles of this aircraft was as an observation helicopter, and the visibility, I imagine, is pretty good from the flight deck up there.
It is. It's fantastic. You can pretty much see what's going on below and above and in front, obviously. So very good visibility. Big bubble canopy. Gets a little hot in the sun, but open the front vent and it's fine.
So, ladies and gentlemen, they've switched their lights off, signifying the display is complete, and off they go. So please give a round of applause to the Gazelle Squadron Display Team 2016.
So one of the features of Cosford is the relatively short runway. It sort of limits the aircraft that you can get into the showground for static display, although you do have the museum to draw from as well. But you had one large guest in particular in 2017.
Yeah, 2017 was the first time we had the A400M Atlas on static display, and that was a really impressive sight. A lot of planning went into it, because at the time it was the shortest paved runway that the type had ever operated from, and the taxiway at Cosford, from memory, it was about 50 centimetres either side of the wheels. So we got it off the runway and kind of trundled it very slowly around the airfield taxiway into its parking position, but it did look really impressive. And then, yeah, you mentioned the museum. We're so lucky that some of the fast jets we can roll out of the museum and historic stuff. I think 2017 we got the EAP out of the museum in the static display as well, so that was a really good attraction. But yeah, seeing big aeroplanes at Cosford is always nice to see.
But the static display in particular just gives that extra atmosphere to the show, doesn't it? Seeing the aircraft out in the open. We tend to concentrate on the flying display, and we will do today, in fairness. But maybe we'll show a few clips of some of the more interesting types you've had out there. So the flying display then, 2017. I know there's one certain Italian participant that was a very big highlight that year.
Yeah, the Italian Tornado from RSV just stole the show, didn't it, really? I mean, we also had the Swiss PC-17 that year that was fantastic with all those taxiing on the grass. It was a great sight. But the Tornado stole the show. I think, British enthusiasts love the Tornado. And to get the Tornado to Cosford was actually, you probably won't remember, but in 2015 we had an Italian flying club bring 7 light aircraft that flew from Italy to the show. And a lot of those pilots were, doing it in their spare time, but were Italian Air Force pilots. So one of those that had risen to 2017 was the commanding officer of 311 Squadron who brought the Tornado. So it shows that relationships really do pay off. And yeah, that beautiful colour scheme. I remember before the colour scheme had been publicly unveiled, I think it was a Friday night, quite late in the office in kind of March time, and they sent me the email with the pictures of the jet in the paint shop saying, and this is the jet we're bringing. But I just knew it was going to be a star. I remember it rocking up on the Friday, because it stopped into Bryce to fill it with liquid oxygen. We can't offer that at Shawbury where it based, and did its practice display on the Saturday. Yeah, the Sunday, I think everyone loved it. Amazing machine.
Well, I get the feeling you're going to have a great deal of fun. Showtime. The Panavia Tornado will strike up with an inverted flight. And after the first upside down flight pass, you see the wings swinging to the maximum span. And now the pilot turns left to perform a half cubanate. The variable sweep wings allow the pilot to configure the wings according to flying speed. Due to the aircraft high speed, timing and ground references are essential to even the simplest maneuvers. And now it gets back for a Schneider turn. The crew has been in positioning to carry out an instant pull-up, and as altimeter will mark 4,000 feet, the pilot will perform a 90-degree lateral roll to draw a cloverleaf. Conceived in the early 70s, the Tornado lacks lots of flight devices which are now rigged in new generation combat aircraft. That's why the navigator role is essential throughout the flight. It's a supersonic aircraft which can fly as fast as 1.3 Mach, which is around 2,400 kilometers per hour. By the way, the jet has been slowing down, as the crew seems to have something to say.
Ciao to all in Cosford from the Italian Tornado crew, and thanks everybody to be here today.
These were the commander's greetings, and today is also a special day for Captain Gabriel Ariolfi as he turns 36. We wish you happy birthday, Captain, all around the new tonight. Steep nose up now, and we climb again up to 1,500 meters in order to draw the so-called split S. Over the descent, the crew is setting up the Tornado for a simulated touch-and-go landing. Well, if you were on board now, you would hear the navigator call 25 maneuver gear down. That means headlights on, full extended wings, landing gear out, pretending to be touching the runway in the touch-and-roll figure. Here it comes. Rotation, given flaps up, full afterburner on. The jet sets out a Schneider turn that will put the crew through the ringer as they undergo a force 3 times stronger than gravity on Earth. Tornado is fit with a spills flight control system which prevents loss of control and increased safety standards. However, despite the aircraft is harder to manage, the pilots keep the spills control system off over the whole display, except for the barrel rolls, in order to have maneuverability at low speed at the best. And now a triple aileron will follow. The first, the second, the third aileron roll. Back at the center of the display line again. Here comes a roll under turn, in which we can appreciate a high roll rate of the Tornado, while it switches the flight path in just a narrow patch of sky. Brace yourself now, as the next flight path is a noisy one. It's so-called knife-edge fly pass. As if in combat mode, wings fully closed backwards, and an asymmetric engine thrust and a remarkable rudder use are needed to balance the aircraft flying at 1,200 kilometers per hour. Derry turn, developed by John Derry, the first British pilot who flew exceeding the speed of sound, the aircraft gets ready for the second max thrust fly pass. where you might see another part of a 6th anniversary special attire. The number 311 on the belly, which stands for 311th Flight Squadron, one of the crown jewels of the Italian Air Force. The scheme was purposefully repainted for the Cosford Airshow. Well, it's time to call it a day now. It's the last chance to wave goodbye to this aircraft which changed European defense history. Vertical exit with a freestyle roll. Thank you, Captain Gabriele Iolfi. Thank you, Captain Paolo Ferriella. Thank you for joining us at Cosford Airshow. Thank you for watching. Arrivederci.
That's certainly the way to leave an air show, isn't it? Spectacular stuff. And as Peter was saying, a superb paint scheme on that jet. Something I'd love to see on a British jet sometime. He also mentioned the PC7 team, and that's what we're going to watch next. The PC7 team, and we'll use a sequence from our PTV on demand service. It's an in-cockpit sequence, so onboard views throughout the display. That's available. Let me just show you what we're talking about here. Watch.PlanesTV.com is our on-demand service where you can get access to all of these old programs, including lots of in-cockpit sequences. This is PlanesTV.com that we're looking at now, and you'll also see that all our old Cosford DVDs are on sale this weekend only, 30% off. So if you fancy grabbing a bargain over there and getting some aviation action to view whilst we're all locked down, it's all over there. So that's PlanesTV.com. Let's go check out the PC7 team display from 2017, shall we? A superb routine, and the onboard views, the guys very kindly provided their in-cockpit camera material to us, and yeah, it makes for a real spectacle. And I don't know if you picked up during that tornado display, but quite a breezy day by the looks from some of that material, so no doubt that making things challenging, and you'll get lots of jinking PC7s during this display, I should think.
It is an honor for us to display here in Cosford, and I would like to say thank you and hello also to our Swiss Defense Attaché, Colonel Lerch, and his lovely wife. PC7 team is opening its presentation with its brand, the Flying Diamonds. Change into Delta. If you look at the sheer size of the formation, then you can compare one aircraft missing in the middle. A little bit of our program. Please check the last aircraft as they're in a wide right-hand turn, preparing to show again in front of you in our brand, the Flying Diamond. The last aircraft will form a split vertically up. So that we don't miss out. Direct radio transmission from the leader, Captain Yoder. Marius Krüsi, performing a standing 8. And as he is a bit more flexible on his own, we also call him the clown in the break, because he can do a little bit more of action until the rest of the team is ready for their display. So Cuban 8 completed. And as we have seen a lot of displays this afternoon, the wind is a challenging factor for us today. So he has to calculate how much more he's got to fly towards one end of the display line to perform all those maneuvers exactly in front of you. Nicely done, well done. Captain Marius Krüsi, nickname Cruz. You will see him shortly ever after. And if you look straight ahead, you see the main formation in a wide right-hand turn, preparing for the next pass, or the next split, better to say. Second part, if you have a camera, please don't hesitate. It's going to be a perfect opportunity for a neat pass. Two and two from each side. And again, direct from the cockpit. Here the pilot's commands. Thank you, Cosford. We really appreciate it. It's good fun for us to fly here. It took us about 4 hours to get over here. We did a fuel stop. Captain Mario Töni. Those two will again demonstrate to you how trust and situational awareness is being flown, how it's made in close distance to the ground. 5 Gs now. The acceleration, and the PC-7 does not have a anti-G system, so the pilots have to be really fit to cope with the acceleration. And inverted flight now. Thank you very much, number 7 and 8, for this impressive display close to the ground. For us is the next one. If you please look to the front right, you see the lights. So that means the main formation of the team has reduced the speed to about 120 knots, lowered the landing gear, lowered the flaps, and formed the aerial tunnel. From the left, speed around 250 knots, just everything he can really get out of his aircraft. Cruz aiming between his friends. Excellent, nicely done, the tunnel, and now the aircraft are performing another formation change, and you have the very rare opportunity to see those PC-7 in landing configuration with the gear lowered down, close to minimum speed, a demanding formation in this windy condition. I can hear the radio transmissions of my friends several air forces. It's the perfect trainer to start from, as it's very reliable. It has a stable platform to do aerobatic maneuvers, to do IFR training, formation flying. And in Switzerland, it is used mainly for training of the new Air Force pilots, and also for the selection. That means for those guys who want to become an Air Force pilot, they will be tested on this aircraft. So it's the basic trainer. It became a facelift a few years ago with new colors on the outside, a new cockpit on the inside, which makes it now able to fly according to the civil IFR instrument flight rules. It is driven by a Pratt & Whitney turbine, reduced to 550 horsepower to make its life a bit longer. It has a maximum takeoff weight of 2,100 kilogram and a max ceiling altitude of flight level 250. That's roughly 7,500 meters. Thank you much, Cruz. He's waving with his wings, rocking with his wings, to fly here to present our flag. Thanks. Have a good afternoon. Enjoy the day. Stay safe. And maybe see you next time. Your PC7 team, your Switzerland partner.
Splendid stuff, and I wasn't quite expecting that music there, so we make it a takedown down on YouTube, or at least a copyright claim against us, which is a bit of a shame, but there we go. One of the joys of live streaming on YouTube. So sticking with 2017 then, as people have reminded me, this was a bit of a year for bombers, and we had the B-17, but also a couple of current USAF types, the B-52 and the B-1. And I've got the B-52 lined up, and I've just found the B-1 material as well. It was during a real gloomy spell in the air show. So let's take a look at the tail end of the B-17 display, which I won't call it choreographed, but the B-52 made an appearance as well as part of the air show in 2017.
So if you'd care to donate £395, non-members £460 or more to help keep Sally B flying, and have your name or a name of your choice added to the prestigious Roll of Honour on the outside of her fuselage for one whole year, and spend a special VIP day with our B-17 at Duxford. My goodness, here's the B-52 coming through. Hello, B-52. Doing a little bit of a smoke pass himself, but here comes Sally B. Do you remember we were talking? Just seeing if she's going to put her smoke on. There goes the smoke. Point the way for Sally B to go home, just like the civilians did in occupied Europe. When they saw the damaged bombers, probably at about that height, you too can point the way for Sally B to go home. Well, that was two ends of the American aviation story, appearing perhaps a little surprisingly. I wasn't expecting that particular moment, but lovely to see the B-52. I'm not sure how much more we'll see of her. And goodbye to our friends in the Sally B there. Did you point way home for Sally B? I did. So, were you to donate 460 quid if you're a non-member, or 395 if you are, your name will be entered into a draw for a once-in-a-lifetime to be trained as a crew member, including, get this, my friends, an orientation flight in Sally B. And your name will be entered into a draw for a taxi ride as well. Roll of Honour, you're a guest. Be there, 13th of August 2017. You know the score. Get on their website. Sally.
So I'm just going to scoot that forward a little bit. We'll see a bit more of the B-52, which just takes the entire county to turn around. So we'll scoot through and have his last fly past, and then we'll see the B-1 as well. Is the B-52.
United States Army Air Force. See what happened there? The actual date of the service's separation from the United States Army and Navy was the 18th of September 1947, with the signing of the National Security Act. Fledgling Air Force quickly established its own identity. Army airfields were renamed Air Force bases, and personnel was soon issued new uniforms. Very important, that esprit de corps, get everybody feeling that they're in a different organisation. Next year, of course, we celebrate the 100th birthday of the Royal Air Force. April the 1st, their birthday. And of course, it had been the Royal Flying Corps up to that point, part of the Army. So once again, where the RAF goes, the rest of the world follows. The B-52, of course, is an American guest of ours. very much the theme for Fairford of this, I do beg your pardon, Fairford of this year. They are doing something about it. That's what popped into my head. International cooperation is our theme here at Cosford. And here she comes.
Yeah, superb to see. Nice climb out there as well. Let's take a look. The weather turned for the worse. I believe this was later on. I got a little bit muddled up trying to find it because it's a tiny little clip in the entire live broadcast. This is the B1 coming through when at one of those moments I talked about earlier where we're all considering our life choices, stood on top of a van filming an airshow getting drenched. Rather quiet B1 there. Not quite sure what's happening with that clip. As I say, I spent a little while trying to dig out the clip, having had some difficulty finding it. You get the gist. Make your own roaring noises at home. Let's go back to Peter then, and we're going to move on to the 2018 display and some of his... So on to 2018 then, and be quiet here, and I was just introducing this. You get the gist. Let's hear from Peter. A very big year for the Air Force and a very big year for Cosford. And these aren't shows that just take a matter of weeks to prepare for. Sometimes they take years.
Yeah, so usually the planning cycle for the show, you kind of wrap up after the show, and it's September you start to go all the way through. But for 2018, we'd actually started work way back in 2016, going to some of the first RAF 100 planning meetings, because we had the idea, working with the museum, with the ambition of the 100 aircraft static display, all chronologically spaced, and doing the flying display chronologically spaced. And it worked out, 2 years of planning, and I think on the day the weather gods looked down on us. It was a great show. We had the 100 aircraft from all the World War I stuff along World War II, that Cold War pan of Meteor, Hunter, Lightning, Phantom and Tornado F3, just looked the business. And yeah, the flying display was excellent. It was everything we wanted, and I think a worthy tribute to our AF100.
Absolutely, the static display in particular, but any particular highlight from the flying display then? If we have to pick something, what would you like people to watch now?
So I'm going to be greedy and pick a couple of things. For individual participant, the Bristol Sycamore that the Flying Bulls brought over. So I remember I saw that aircraft fly in 2016 when I went out to Austria for their air show, and myself and the people I was with all said, well, that needs to come to the UK one day, and RAF 100 seemed a great opportunity. So I'd been pestering them for a couple of years, and it all came good for there. So it arrived on the Friday or Saturday before the show, and then went from us to Weston-super-Mare to Gogleton and to Riyadh as well, I think. So that was really cool to see such a vintage helicopter. And something else we were working really hard on was the showcasing the foreign air forces that worked with the RAF. And the particular highlight, I think, was the Polish MiG-29, which would have been a highlight on its own, I think, because MiG-29s are awesome. But the fact we got that formation fly past with the Hurricane, it should have been a Spitfire and a Hurricane, but unfortunately the Spitfire had technical problems and dropped out the day or days before. But yeah, seeing the Hurricane and the MiG smoker formation, what a call sign, running in, it was brilliant. And a particular memory of mine was I was walking around the show during that, and in the Vintage Village we had the bandstand. So we had Winston Churchill doing speeches throughout the day and things, and he was doing the Never in the Field of Human Conflict, Battle of Britain speech, just purely by coincidence as they ran in. So I've got a great bit of footage showing that, and then the Hurricane and the MiG running just as he's finished. yeah, that kind of summed the day up for me. That was beautiful.
A superb moment. We all have those little moments that, really seal the deal on all the effort that goes into the show. Let's kick off with that then. We'll give you your two highlights, but we'll kick off with MiG-29 and Hurricane, which I think I've got a little bit of air-to-air of as well.
To the right, about to run in for one pass, our unique formation, call sign Smoker formation, saluting the Polish Air Force, Hawker Hurricane 1 and Mikoyan MiG-29. And there's the break. Our thanks to Dave Pulliston in the Hurricane. And to describe the display of the MiG-29, I'm going to hand you over to Squadron Leader Marcin Boruta.
Hello everyone, I'm Major Marcin Boruta, maintenance squadron leader from 23rd Air Force Base, Mińsk Mazowiecki, Poland. Today, I'm honored to commend dynamic show, our Polish MiG-29, controlled by our demo pilot, Lieutenant Jacek Stolarek. Przy okazji chciałem przywitać wszystkich Polaków, którzy są tutaj na terenie naszego show. Nazywam się Marcin Boruta, jestem dowódcą eskadry obsługi i będę miał przyjemność komentowania dla Was tego pokazu. Okay, we can see our MiG-29, and if you wanna hear some words, some greetings from our pilot, there is a moment. MiG-29 was designed by Russian engineers and made first fly in 1977. It's a typical fighter used to intercept and destroy enemy planes, especially in close combat on short range. His beautiful shape and powerful engines make this aircraft a lethal weapon in hand for good pilots just like Jacek Stolarek. Pilots present the maximum vertical speed. Maximum thrust of two engines is higher than weight of this plane. So MiG-29 can accelerate in vertical flight. Those engines with afterburners provide maximum speed, 1,700 miles per hour. And what is most impressive is maximum vertical speed over the 1,000 feet per second. This is the highest vertical speed of all fighters all over the world. Of course, those times the fuel consumption is very huge because two engines with maximum afterburner waste 4 gallons per second. 30mm caliber. It's one of the most powerful guns. Maximum rate is at about 1,500 rounds per minute. But of course, the main armament concerned 6 missiles air-to-air, short-range Air-60 and Air-73, or middle-range Air-27 produced by Russians. Of course, our MiG can destroy ground target by classic bombs, cluster bombs, or unguided rockets. You can observe beautiful shape and camouflage of our plane. Now our pilot presents the most difficult elements. It's slice on tail. In vertical fly, pilot reduce thrust to minimum. Plane slow down, stop for the moment in the air, and goes down with reverse speed. After that, pilot turn around plane and continue fly in normal direction. Only Russian plane can do that. Now our plane presents minimal speed. The minimal speed with the maximum angle of attack. Plane slow down to 120 miles per hour. After that, pilot turn on the afterburners. Afterburners goes up to vertical flight, use the maximum thrust. The maximum vertical speed, just like said, 1,000 feet per second. Especially here in England, because it was the symbol 303 Squadron, which had the highest number of shot down German planes during the Battle of the Britain. As the elite squadron in all Polish Air Force, now our squadron has a possibility to use this famous and very important, especially for us, symbol. On the vertical tails are painted faces, Polish and American heroes, which fought during the Second World War and the Polish-Russian War in 1940. And save the memory about those pilots, each of our plane is painted another hero. This maximum speed present here. We are not a typical demo team. Our unit is a combat squadron. Main purpose of our unit is defend Polish air border and east side of NATO as an air policing mission. But we have one pilot, Jacek Stolarek, preparing to make a dynamic show to present our beautiful plane. Just like you see, our plane beautiful flight with undercarriage down.
A superb display there, and starting off with the MiG in formation with the Hurricane. Very fitting fly past indeed. Now we're going to go on to Peter's second choice. This is the Sycamore, and I'm just trimming him down a little bit because we're running ahead of schedule. Behind schedule a little bit. Have a little touch and go. Yeah, there we go. So we just have a few minutes of the Sycamore. And then I thought I'd tell you what we've got to come up. So to look forward to later, we've got Ski, the tutor pilot's going to talk through his tutor display, fitting aeroplane for Cosford, isn't it? They operate out of there. So he kindly spent some time with me a few weeks ago talking about the aircraft, his role, and also talking through the display routine, which is really action-packed. It's a fantastic 7-minute sequence. There's an awful lot going on in that cockpit, and it's very interesting hearing him guide us through it. We'll also do in-cockpit sequence from the Typhoon as well, an aircraft we've not seen fully yet, I don't think. And we've got lots to look forward to from 2019 as well. So let's get back on with 2018. A few more displays from here. We'll start with the Sycamore, and then we did the 757 and the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, which we haven't seen yet in their large formation they put on for the RAF's 100th anniversary year. Here's the Sycamore.
That it sounds like an old motorbike starting is absolutely true. It's the sole airworthy example of its type anywhere in the world. And it's the first time we've seen one flying at a British air show since it was retired from RAF service. This is the quite marvellous Bristol Sycamore Mark 52, the Flying Bulls. Just look at that. Quite incredible that this aeroplane should be flying again. An example of what was the first British-designed helicopter to see RAF service. It was designed by a team under Raoul Hafner, an Austrian émigré who joined the Bristol Aeroplane Company post-war. The first couple of prototype Bristol 171s flew with the Pratt & Whitney Wasp Junior engine, but all production examples, including this one, whether military or civil, switched to the Alvis Leonides 9-cylinder air-cooled radial with some 550 horsepower. The first deliveries were in 1951, the Sycamore HC-11 version to the Army. The RAF followed with the Mark 12, the HR-12 for search and rescue, and then the anti-submarine reconnaissance role followed with RAF Coastal Command. It was with the Mark 13 that the Sycamore came into regular Royal Air Force search and rescue service, now as part of Fighter Command in 1953, and it was the first dedicated search and rescue squadron in the RAF number 275 squadron who had the honour with a Sycamore like this of leading the Queen's Coronation Review flypast at RAF Odium in 1953. Sycamores equipped search and rescue units around the country at North Coats, Horsham St Faith, Thornaby, Chivenor and Lucas, and they were important overseas as well. They augmented the Westland Dragonfly in Malaya from 1954, and a couple of years later equipped number 284 Squadron in Cyprus, and the latter became the first ever RAF helicopters to perform night flying and troop insertions in mountainous areas. There was a very famous operation in 1958. 5 Sycamores inserted 41 troops near a terrorist hideout some 3,000 feet up in the Troodos mountain range. The operations that followed led to the death of Chief of Staff of EOKA, the Greek Cypriot separatist movement. They were deployed to Borneo, they were deployed to Aden, They were used by the Central Flying School for training. The last user in the RAF was number 32 Squadron, who had them for communications duties until August 1972. They were put, Bristol 171s, to many civil uses, and there were quite a few overseas customers. One of them was West Germany, and this one was built in 1957 for the Luftwaffe as a VIP transport. It was used also as a rotary wing trainer and a search and rescue platform. It spent some time with the German Navy, the Marineflieger, on rescue duty. Then it was back with the Luftwaffe until it was struck off charge in 1969. Many retired German military sycamores joined the civil register. This one was acquired by a gentleman called Karl Müller of Mellinghausen in Lower Saxony. It was flown in various roles until 1988, when it was bought by a Swiss vineyard owner named Peter Schmid. He also bought a second airworthy one and several more for spares use. They were based at Alpenrhein on Lake Constance. This one was later painted in RAF colours, and it soon became...
Seems a shame to cut off Ben when he's in full flow there, doesn't it? But we're fairly time limited here. Beautiful to see the Sycamore in such gorgeous conditions. And indeed the 757, which is coming up now.
very important role of the Royal New Zealand Air Force during the Second World War was actually training Allied aircrew as part of the Empire Air Training Scheme. It's very difficult to train aircrew in your own country when that country is at war. New Zealand being very distant, generally having good weather, meant that Allied pilots would be shipped out, put through a very intensive training program before being returned to the UK to join combat with the rest of their colleagues in the Royal Air Force. Many New Zealanders served with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. Indeed, towards the rear of the showground, away to the right-hand side, there's an excellent exhibition of the famous and the not-so-famous, but equally laudable, New Zealanders who served with the Royal Air Force. Some of the more well-known, Flying Officer Cobber-Kane, who was actually the first Royal Air Force ace of the war. To reach ace, you had to confirm destroy 5 enemy aircraft. He joined the Air Force.
If you're just joining us, this quick reminder that we're watching obviously lots of Cosford material, but this material specifically from 2018. So this is the RAF 100th anniversary year, and much effort was made to put on a superb flying display, and you're witnessing some of that now. So we've had the MiG-29 with the Hurricane and the Sycamore, and now the Royal New Zealand Air Force 757. And in a moment we'll have the Battle of Britain Memorial flight to put on a superb routine, both here and at Riet, and probably, I think it was just those two shows. I can't exactly recall what happened at September later, the Duxford show in September later in the year, but yeah, it's a full ship of DC-3, Lancaster, the Spit and the Harry, all together. And in a few minutes we're going to talk air-to-air as well. We're going to look at some remarkable air-to-air material shot at Cosford, and then going on later we'll be back chatting to Peter and also Ski, the tutor display pilot, who's going to talk us through his routine. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you are, do let me know in the chat, either on YouTube or Facebook.
One of the most famous New Zealand airmen was, of course, Air Chief Marshal Sir Keith Park, who commanded 11 Group. During the Battle of Britain, 11 Group had responsibility for the southeast of the UK, whilst Dowding was responsible for the battle on a day-to-day basis. It was really Park who was responsible on an hour-by-hour basis. Pilot Johnny Johnson said to Keith Park he was the only man who could lose the war in one afternoon. Afterwards, he went on to Malta. At the time, Malta was the most bombed place on earth, and he defended that country with both skill and compassion. Much loved by all under his command. During the Battle of Britain, at the end of a busy day, he would visit his airfields in his own personal Hurricane OK-1, wearing his distinctive white flying suit.
Now we do get one more dramatic pass from the 757, maybe even another. We've got 2 more minutes of this little video to go. Hope you're enjoying the show, as I say. And if you are, do give it a like on YouTube and thumbs up on YouTube, like on Facebook, whatever you fancy. And do subscribe to us. We're PlanesTV, YouTube channel, and obviously the Facebook page. Do subscribe. We're doing lots of these live broadcasts throughout the year, probably forever. We'll try and keep it up as long as we go. Tend to do them 11 a.m. on Saturday, but next week will be 2 p.m. in the afternoon. We're joining forces with Air Ability for the Armchair Air Show. It's going to be a really cool afternoon's flying from 2 till 6 at least, and we're putting that together this week, and have been working on it for many weeks actually. So yeah, tune back in next weekend at 2 p.m. for another one of these live shows, bringing together lots of flying action from all over the world for that one. But yeah, we're PlanesTV. There's a link to our email newsletter subscription page in the description if you're enjoying what you're watching.
We're running in now for a final fast pass. Really impressive climb out there by the crew headed by Squadron Leader Ben Woodhouse from number 40 Squadron, Royal New Zealand Air Force, on the magnificent Boeing 757-200.
Superb stuff. Another epic departure from an air show, wasn't it? Like the Tornado earlier. Let's go on to the BBMF then. This was their year, wasn't it? RAF 100, and they put together the Trenchard formation, and we see it here at Cosford.
Very own Royal Air Force, a very special display by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and to tell you all about it is Flying Officer Adam Dyer.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to introduce the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight today, and you'll see them staying in formation until the fighters are breaking off throughout the next manoeuvre. As you'll see, ladies and gentlemen, the fighters will now break off, and we will see the iconic formation of the line astern, the Dakota being tailed by the Lancaster, coming round. This is where we have the Spitfire and the Hurricane chasing each other from a crowd right to a crowd left, performing manoeuvres such as the Derry, topside passes, and the famous victory roll. The Spitfire is flying today. MK356 was built in Castle Bromwich. Suffering 3 wheel-up landings over 60 operational sorties, she was eventually left behind in France as the squadron moved on after D-Day. She's painted in a desert camouflage colour, representing the Mark 9 Spitfire operated by number 92 Squadron. Up in front is the newest member of our flight, beginning his first season this year, Squadron Leader Mark Sugden, or Suggs. He was previously posted to Valley in 2007 on instructional duties on the Hawk T1. Ladies and gentlemen, the famous victory roll from the fighters. And now as we'll see, a crowd right arrival of the Dakota and the Lancaster as the fighters end their part of the display. So ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready as we see the Dakota and the Lancaster in the line astern formation for the second time, coming at D1. Ladies and gentlemen, as the fighters and the bombers have gone through for their final pass, we hope that you've enjoyed our display. I'm not sure if there is a more evocative or stirring sound. Our motto is lest we forget, and we hope that you'll remember our mission to commemorate those 120,000 personnel who have given their lives to the service of the Royal Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Air Force
of Britain Memorial Flight. Sorry for cutting the commentator off there. I've been trimming these as we go through the day. Bit of a challenge throwing together what is now a 4 and a quarter hour broadcast. Got about another hour to go. As I say, we've got Ski talking through his tutor display to look forward to, and some in-cockpit Typhoon display action to come as well. And just going to take a few minutes to talk about an innovation at Cosford that we're lucky to benefit from, involved with, run by Ironbird Photography. It's the air-to-air flights, and if you've watched any of our material from recent Cosford shows, you'll have maybe seen a little bit of air-to-air material. Particularly good I think, material in 2018, and I took the opportunity yesterday to talk to Evert, who runs the operation. It was down a rather ropey internet line. Bear with us, but he talks about some of the challenges of setting that up, and some of the general challenges facing the airshow world over the near term, and then we're going to see some of that dramatic air-to-air material. Here's a chat with Evert. Evert, thank you very much for making the time to talk to me. It's wonderful to chat. We're not going to see much of each other this year around the air shows, I don't suppose. So tell us a little bit about the work that goes into putting the air-to-air flights together.
Yes, well, the air-to-air flights are actually quite a lot of work, a lot of organization goes into it. The groundwork is actually working with the aviation agencies to get the permissions to fly. They give a special notice to men, and this gives us the airspace to maneuver. I looked up the papers from 2018 at the time. For example, we were flying between 3,000 and 9,000 feet. So first we get the permission to fly. Obviously, this is all in cooperation with the air show. Otherwise, you can't do anything over there. And for Cosford, in this case, it's always a bit difficult. It's so early in the year and the weather is very unpredictable. And the airspace is quite large where we can operate. And yeah, from there on, we start cooperating with air forces who are participating for the show, requesting permissions to fly. A lot of work goes into briefings, safety briefings, risk assessments, stuff like that. It has to be very clear to everyone what we want, what we don't want, and communication, stuff like that.
Yeah,
goes into that as well.
And all that hard work pays off. It all pays off eventually, doesn't it, when you do get that support? And so many have done. You know, foreign air arms sending all sorts of incredible aircraft up to fly with the aircraft. Of course, wanting to get some great pictures themselves.
It's funny. I never thought. Yeah, I never thought as a photographer you used to be on the ground, and then you see a lot of stuff happen, and then you're in the air. Really, it's only then you appreciate the flying skills more of the pilot who is working with you in the photo shoot. Usually, because it's an air show, we are very fortunate to work with demonstration pilots who are already qualified, who are experienced, who have many hours, who are used to flying information, which is, funny enough, something that's important for us, but not always common in air forces. So that helps a lot. Working with these demonstration pilots, they are so experienced. They sometimes have done this before in some way, and you could instantly see how they react on our requests if they're really, really good, and that's interesting. Yeah.
But it's interesting, you know, whilst they might be used to formation flying, the Skyvan is probably not the sort of thing that they're used to flying formation with. Usually it would be another jet or something, wouldn't it? And it's a fairly limited envelope that the aircraft has. Whilst it's fabulous for our purposes, you know, get a lot of people in the back with a good view out. It's got a limited sort of envelope. So you're operating at the sort of highest end of its speed envelope to the lowest end of a lot of the jets that we work with. That's got to make things difficult.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Skyvan is actually fits in a cargo aircraft. Compared to modern day jet fighter aircraft, it's slow. And this is what in briefings, this is a very important detail. We have some interesting maneuvers to accommodate faster aircraft, but mostly it's the pilot skills that we need that help us fly. I also like to add, some aircraft simply can't fly slow, and that stays a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I seem to remember a few tornado passes rather than formation sequences. Tell people where they can follow what you do and potentially go flying with you one day.
I'm not very commercial, so I only have a Facebook page where people can reach me. Send a personal message to my Facebook page, which is Fly Ironbird on Facebook, and I can put your mail on the email list and keep you updated. Obviously, for this year, it's been dramatic, and I feel sorry for all these airshow organizations who have been working really hard. You have got big ones, you've got small ones, and it's a big drama.
It's a sad year, isn't it? And it's we hope that everyone's going to bounce back and we'll have the shows that we're used to going to back in 2021. I'm certainly really sad to see Ostrava, a show that we've both worked at over a number of years, now not doing a public event for sure. That would have been in September. But yes, we cross our fingers for the future, and with a bit of luck, we'll be sat on the back of that Skyvan again in the years to come.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think next year it's going to be really explosive because everyone has been, had an extra year to organize, prepare, and think about doing more. So this year has had some commemoration events that now all are cancelled. So I'll suppose they'll be all done next year.
I guess so. Evert, thank you very much. The heavens have opened outside here. I haven't looked at the forecast for what would have been Cosford Airshow weekend, but if it's anything like it is out my window right now, we wouldn't have been seeing much flying. Evert, thank you again for making the time to talk to me, and I'll show a little bit of the results of some of our air-to-air flying at Cosford in a moment. Yeah, nice sequence that. I think so anyway. We've got really lucky with some of the weather conditions, which is so important. Someone asking what the Facebook page, Everett's Facebook page is. It's Ironbird Photography, something along those lines, and you'll be able to find his work and, potentially go flying with him one day. Thank you, Everett, if you're watching, for your time. He just moved house, and I think that probably accounts for some of the ropey internet connection there. He'd been in the house a week, and quite a achievement moving house during the current period, I'd have thought. So we'll go back to a chat with Peter now. We're coming into 2019, and that will allow us to show skis, talk through his tutor display, also the Typhoon display from in the cockpit. But let's go back now and chat with Peter about some of his highlights from the 2019 show. So, Peter, you were Airshow Operations Manager at Cosford for 5 shows, I think that's right. And the last of those, 2019, last year, there's no excuses for us forgetting what the flying displays were, which has been a bit of a struggle for some of the early 2000 shows for me. A highlight for you, from you for 2019?
So we had the NATO theme that was really good. A couple of the highlights was finally getting the German Orion. It was meant to be at the show in 2015, but was one of the last-minute cancellations because the aircraft they were meant to bring had an engine fire from memory. But yeah, that finally made it in 2019, and that was a really rare sight. So I think the enthusiasts loved that. We also had the Danish Baby Blue, which was their only second UK appearance, and really, really interesting aircraft and team. But my personal highlight was the Czech Air Force contribution. So RAF Cosford was a Czechoslovak base during World War II. So all the Czechoslovak airmen joining the RAF from occupied Europe came through Cosford. So being able to tell that story, in particular, we had the Spitfire and Alka formation. So seeing the Spitfire leading the 2 Alkas in some really nice sunlight late in the afternoon, that was a highlight of the show for me.
Yeah, it was really superb. And another little sequence that we managed to do a bit of air with the day before as well. Which one of those shall we start off with? I think we'll go with Danish Baby Blue team. Let's see a little bit of those, and that will lead us in nicely into the late afternoon. I seem to remember the Orion leading, I think it was the Gripen followed him up as the finale. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's correct. That's sort of the enthusiast items once the sun's swung round at Cosford. Yes. Nice light for the pictures at the end.
Nice of you to think of us, Peter. That's very nice indeed.
Well, always an enthusiast at heart, so you've got to look after the enthusiasts.
Fantastic. Let's see some action from the 2019 show.
The 4 is basically 2 pairs, a leader and a wingman. Largely developed during the mid-1930s. A very important tactical formation.
And there, diving in from the left is the soloist who's going to show us, to intersperse the passes by the 4-ship, some of the aerobatic capabilities of the T-17, or the MFI-17 as it was known by its manufacturer. And it's a display that shows this aircraft to have very, very crisp handling. A really good performer. And I know the slightly different MFI-15 Safari version that the Royal Norwegian Air Force uses, very well liked by trainees from that country, and I'm sure the same is true of the T-17 of the Royal Danish Air Force.
But now if you look directly in front of you, you'll see the team, the formation, part of the team have changed formation into box. The aircraft is quite jittery, it's quite sensitive on the controls. Certainly a challenge to fly both in close formation and aerobatically.
And there's the soloist performing a variety of tactical type manoeuvres with an Immelmann and a split S amongst his repertoire at this point. The solo man in the formation is First Lieutenant Robert Sørensen, and all of these pilots are instructors on the flying school. Interesting canopy arrangements on this aircraft as well. It's hinged at the rear, 2 seats side by side. And there were some concerns during development of the aircraft that what happens if the canopy flies off in flight? Does it go backwards because of being hinged at the rear and hit the tail? And they were able to dispel that during testing.
It'd certainly get very windy for a while if that happened. So here you see the formation, this time in what is known as swan formation. As they complete this fly pass, they will again move into box formation. So the team arrived on Friday, come across in some atrocious weather. If you well, anywhere in the UK, let alone around this part of the UK, you know what it was like. It's a long way from Denmark in such an aircraft, not the most comfortable thing to travel in. So we're even more delighted to welcome them here today.
Yes, once again the soloist taking centre stage, showing a very good roll rate there. The aircraft was procured by Denmark during the 1970s, replacing a variety of existing types, including the Piper Cub, the de Havilland Canada Chipmunk, which we'll see later, and the Danish designed and built KZ-7.
Formation back, centre stage, once again in the finger four formation. Watch closely as they reach the centre for the burst. The Royal Danish Air Force was formed as a military service independent from the Army and Navy back in 1950. Aircraft currently operated include the F-16, the C-130J Hercules and the SH-60 Seahawk, along of course with the AW-101 Merlin as well. They also have 27 F-35A Lightning IIs on order. Very busy with NATO, the Royal Danish Air Force, participated in NATO operations and with other partners as well. Back in March 2011, 6 F-16s were deployed to Naval Air Station Sigonella on Sicily to assist in maintaining the no-fly zone over Libya as part of that 2011 coalition intervention in Libya. And they've also been recently involved in operations over Syria and Iraq.
Now, given the coming of the F-35 and the fact that Denmark's also got the likes of the C-130J Hercules in service, the trainer has to remain relevant. And while the T-17 has been in service since 1977, they're looking to upgrade these aircraft once again with, of course, the modern-day digital so-called glass cockpit. Now, here's a real signature manoeuvre for Baby Blue. The four aircraft have gone into echelon and they're about to fly what they call the waterfall. And so the call will soon come. Baby Blue 1, braking, go. 2, braking, go. Followed by 3 and 4.
It's a really nice manoeuvre that. I love to see them peeling away there. It's not an easy one to capture. I'm not too happy about the way we covered that. I'd like to have seen it a little bit more tight in there. That's sort of the finale of their display, and I'll let them carry out their little wing waggles, and I think they disappear off to land now. But what we're going to do now is our last guest. We will hear a little bit more from Peter in a while. But our last guest of the day was tutor display pilot Ski. He's going to talk us through his display routine. This is the 29 routine, which was at Cosford, and of course the aircraft is based in there are tutor aircraft based at Cosford, so they're a familiar sight to people used to spending time around Cosford. And Neil took the time to talk to me about the aircraft and the display routine. Let's hear from him now. Thank you very much for taking the time to join me. If you'd like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the aeroplane you fly.
Yeah, good morning, Ian. No problem at all. Hi, my name's Neil Ochakowski, more commonly known as Ski. I'm a flight lieutenant in the Royal Air Force. I've been in the Air Force for 23 years now, and I've been flying the tutor for 10 of those years. I teach those to be instructors on the tutor, as well as some civilians as well. And I'm on the standards flight, so I check out all current tutor instructors. They fly with me once every couple of years, just to check that they're doing things up to the standard that we expect to teach our students as best they can.
Fantastic. And the aircraft in that role, the tutor, tell us a little bit about its sort of suitability to the role. What are its capabilities in that role?
It's It's actually more of just a light aircraft you could see at any local flying club. But remarkably, it is exceptionally well suited to flying training. And the reason that it's so well suited to flying training is, whilst it's difficult to fly well, it's very easy to fly the aeroplane. It's quite forgiving. So what I mean by forgiving is both in terms of flying aerobatics, you can go wrong and it's okay. It doesn't stall in manoeuvres very quickly or spin easily. When it does get into a stall or a spin, it's very easy to recover. But additionally, also, it's quite forgiving in landings. Obviously, when students are first learning to fly aeroplanes, their landings are always a bit firm. And it's been used for 14 years now, and it's really proven itself as a great training aeroplane.
Fantastic. And over those years, we've seen the aircraft a lot on the display circuit, the airshow display circuit, and it's always a pleasure to see. And it's nice to be. You often hear commentators saying, "Boys and girls, if you fancy having a go at flying yourself, and perhaps look at the Air Cadets, where this is the sort of aircraft. In fact, the only aircraft now that's used as sort of elementary flying training." Is that correct?
Yeah, so what's happened is just recently with the introduction of MFTS, the Prefect, which is also a Grob aeroplane, is now primarily used for elementary flying training. So student pilots from across the forces are now taught predominantly on the Prefect, which is a new aeroplane. However, the tutor is still carrying out a legacy role, training pilots to fly the tutor as well, because the Prefect's not quite up to speed just yet. And it's also used for all air cadet flying and also for all university air squadron flying. The tutor is used.
Got it. And in terms of the use of the aircraft as or rather displaying the aircraft at air shows, that obviously comes with its own challenges. It's this stick and rudder stuff. It's energy management, and it's an opportunity. I see it. I perceive it to be an opportunity for a display pilot to really show his capabilities, at managing a relatively low-powered aircraft in an aerobatic, sort of low-level aerobatic routine.
It's tremendously challenging. So I could take anybody up, an air cadet, a granny, anyone, and I could teach them to fly a loop in a tutor. And they would be able to go up with me and fly a loop, and it would all be fine. The real challenge, as you've sort of alluded to, Ian, is the energy management. So when I run in at the start of my display, I start off 1,000 feet higher than I'm going to be throughout the display, and I use that energy to give me more speed. So I come in to start my first manoeuvre at 180 knots, and the limit for the aeroplane, the absolute must not exceed, is 185. So you can already get an idea with the tutor. Not putting down any of the other displays at all, but they've got a greater margin because they've got a bit more energy to play with. So I'm trying to eke out every single last bit of energy. That initial pitching manoeuvre, I'm right on 6G, which is the limit for the aeroplane, just to again get the maximum energy out of the aeroplane. And from there on, it's almost like walking on rice paper in Wellington boots. You're tiptoeing throughout, just fitting the buffet, the audio warners going constantly. You're right on that point of stalling, but not quite stalling. And when it's going to go, you're easing off slightly, and then you're pulling a bit more and trying to constantly fight the energy. And then the other huge challenge for the tutor is the wind has a tremendous effect. So obviously every display you go to, just like every day you go flying, the wind's different. Some days it's pushing you towards the crowd, some away. Some it's very strong from one side or the other, or a combination of all of those. And you're constantly trying to battle the wind to stay central to the display, whilst still fighting all that energy management for each manoeuvre. So it's a real challenge,
So I'm going to take you back now. We all wish we were at Cosford Airshow this year, but we're going back to 2019 and that display routine. And I'll allow you to talk us through that routine, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so I'm currently holding off, waiting to go in. Prior to all air shows, you have a position where you have to hold. And as I'm running in, I'm looking for ground features. So I pull up a specific point on the ground. As I mentioned about the wind having an effect. So I'm trying to hold myself now, waiting, keeping high, and then aiming to dive down from 1,500 feet down to 500 feet. And then that's the 6G pull up into the vertical. As I apply the rudders, using opposite aileron to maintain and then push over the top through the Prince of Wales. So about 0 G at the top, but +6 at the beginning. Now I'm looking down at the crowd, and I'm looking where I'm going to roll. Wind's from the left, so I've rolled right, and now I'm running down, looking for ground markers. You can see me looking to the right there, looking for that ground marker to now pitch up for the half horizontal. So I'm checking my wings level as I'm going up the top. You see me crane my head back, there we go, looking for the feature on the ground, and rolling to line up on the side of the runway I need to be. And now I'm going to hold that height, but ease it down again, and then position for my next manoeuvre. This is the flip-flop, so I'm straight into the inverted, holding for a few seconds. I'll push forward, then roll, full rudder and aileron to get back upright. Again, looking for ground features, rolling, get into the flip-flop, holding that inverted, and then I'll push and go from that straight into the wing over to keep the aircraft moving. So at no point it's looking straight and level, because obviously that's boring from the crowd. Into a wing over now. This is where I'm fighting to get my energy management. So you see me looking, I'm holding the height, but rolling and diving down, looking for where I need to pitch in for the next manoeuvre. I'm now, again, you can see me looking to the left this time for the ground feature, looking for the manoeuvre, waiting, and then pitching up, and then rolling round for the barrel roll. Barrel roll's always away from the crowd, and I'm looking down now for my feature. And again, it's going to be getting the energy ready for the next manoeuvre, which is quite a tricky one to fly, which is a hesitation half Cuban. So I'm rolling up, I'll check, then I'll roll, hold it at the 90, roll again. I'm really low on energy now. I'm really fighting with the energy to tweak it through. And the aeroplane's almost falling, but I'm keeping it straight and then aligning for the runway to come back down. Next manoeuvre now is again going to be away from the crowd. So it's kind of a little mini barrel roll, which goes into a roll out of it to then go into the stall turn. So I'm really fighting for a ground feature now. I'm picking that feature on the ground, holding the nose, rolling around that feature. You can see that compound type feature, down to 500, then pitching straight up. Stall turns are always into wind, so you can see on this day I'm doing the stall turn to the right. I'm holding it deliberately about 60 degrees for the hesitation, pitching out. This bit now is really quite tricky because I'm trying to get back on the line, but I'm really low on energy, so I'm kind of flying what's called a quarter clover. I'm floating over the top, almost to the point of stall. There I am on my line, and as I'm coming down now, I'm again really fighting the energy to do a loop. So again, as I come round, I've got to make sure I've got 1,000 feet at the top of the gate height, or else I have to fall out in the manoeuvre. So I'm fighting for that, checking the altimeter, keeping the line, and then pulling out. And as I say, I'm low on energy, and now I want to do another hesitation, half Cuban. So I'm fighting with the wind, but I'm really kind of like, you see, I've gone up a bit there, and then gone down again to get energy, and then I'm pitching up again. There's the stop at 90, really low on energy. The aeroplane's almost falling down now, so I'm just fighting that buffet to hold the line. And you can see it moving slightly there, and now I'm into the slow roll now. So again, I'm looking for my reference into the slow roll. This is fairly okay for me. I'm doing all right with energy now, and it's not too difficult manoeuvre for me to fly. And then after this, I'm then going to do again another wing over to get more energy for the next manoeuvre. So this is now going to be into wind. So the slow roll's downwind. This is going to be into wind now for the washing machine. Depending on the wind strength on the day, I'll either do 3 continuous rolls, or it might be 4. So it'll give you an idea of how windy it was at Cosford. I can't quite remember, but I think it's probably a 3. And also the length of the display line as well. So Riyadh, for instance, is 4 or 5, but Cosford's probably going to be a 3. So I'm looking for my middle one. I'm looking to be halfway down now, I'm inverted, and I'm looking for that to get the spacing. So there'll be one more now, and then again I'll continuously roll out of that into the next manoeuvre, so I'm not flying straight and level, just the spectators, the people who are watching the display, see the aeroplane continuously flowing. So from my cockpit, it's really dynamic, or as dynamic as I can make a tutor anyway. I'm now coming round again, I'm looking for the ground feature. I use the same reference now as I used for the slow roll, and I'm going to go into the inverted pass. So again, diving down to get down to 500, then you'll see me pitch up. That's the inverted attitude for the tutor, so the spinner is just touching the horizon there, I'm holding it. You can see I'm slightly off, that's so I don't go to the crowd because of the wind on the day. So even when you're inverted, you're having to fly the line, and then you'll see me bump forward, roll, again straight into the turn rather than going straight and level and then turning. I'm looking for the 45 now, so I'm at a 45 degree angle. I'll take the bank off, roll. I'm pushing loads forwards now, loads of negative G, because otherwise it looks like I'm going away from the crowd, so you don't see that. It's quite an uncomfortable manoeuvre. And I'm trying to judge this so I can now run in directly on the datum, right crowd centre towards the crowd, and again the stall turn will be into wind. So we'll see, I'm pitching up to the vertical. No hesitation this time, the wind's from the left, so the stall turn cut through, nicely through the 90, and then I'll back down. You'll see I'll hold it briefly in the vertical, and then I'm looking to repeat the process round to the right now. to get round 45, looking for that 45 into another aileron roll to the right. So as I say, full aileron, full rudder, and then when I'm pointing the nose towards the crowd, so about now, I'm starting to push like crazy, and then keeping the roll round. You can see there, what I've done is I've looked down, I've selected my fuel tank, because on the low pass, I'm flying cross controls, and I'll have to go, this X-ray mic likes to be selected for the left of the fuel for the display, feeds from the left tank all the time, but on the pass, if I feed from the left, I get a fuel caption, so I have to select both to stop the fuel caption coming on. You see me now, I'm fighting down to get down to 100 feet, quite low. There's the bank coming on, holding right rudder, left aileron, 100 feet, fuel to both, nice wave to the crowd. And then I finish that with a tutor. I can quite briefly, from the pass, effectively fly another little wing over, do my landing checks, go throttle full to idle now. You'll see my hands moving around the cockpit with various bits and bobs, but effectively then turn round to land. So it always finishes with the low pass downwind. So it looks more effective, it's faster, but also then means I can come back round straight to land into wind on the runway. So the display, you might see it go different ways, but it's always based on the wind. Some manoeuvres work better into wind, some manoeuvres work better downwind. So I do it. And as you can see, from that low pass, I'm back down on the deck really quite quickly, or certainly quicker than most of the other display aircraft, just because that's one of the benefits of the tutor. The sequence in total is about 6.5 minutes. Really strong wind day, it might be 6:50. A very light wind day, it might only be 6 minutes, 5, maybe something like that.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you for taking us through that. It's incredible how intense, that is an intense 6 minutes for you. Yeah. And talking through it there, the decisions, the gate heights and all the little moments that you're looking for and holding for.
Searching for ground references. So prior to every display, I use Google Images, Google Earth, Google Maps, satellite images, and I print out the display site, and then I get a ruler and I mark out, or using the measuring tool, it's all certain distances I know I need on given wind. So obviously all this happens at Wittering, where I practice every day, or 3 times a week, 6 displays a week. And I look at the ground features and say, right, this worked for this wind. How far was that? That was 300 metres. Right, I'll use that 300 metres for the Cosford datum. That's my 10-knot wind. If it's 20-knot winds, I'll go here. If it's 10, if it's this, So I study meticulously data that I've put together with all different lines and different colours for different wind strengths, different wind directions, where I know for which manoeuvre I need to, for a ground feature. So there's no guesswork. Right, when I hit that bit of the runway, I'm going to start my roll, and I know it'll work. When I do this, I'm going to start there, and I know it'll work.
And the end result is a very polished flying display, which we, of course, all enjoy seeing at air shows. And isn't it a great shame we're not going to have that opportunity this year, or it certainly looks like the season has slipped between our fingers. We're talking at the beginning of June, and of course we would have been looking forward to a Cosford Airshow coming up. And I know you've had other things to look forward to this year. A Farnborough lad, born and bred.
Yeah, so I was born and grew up in the school in Farnborough, and I remember fondly, I was an air cadet as well, Farnborough Air Cadets. So I remember in the first instance not having to go to school for a week at Farnborough because it was too noisy, so that was great. All kids love that. But then going along as an air cadet and helping out and grabbing gizzards and just seeing the show, and it being a huge part of living in Farnborough. And I was exceptionally privileged to be able to be given the opportunity this year to display at Farnborough. Sadly, it doesn't look like it's going to happen now, but I was really, really looking forward to that. Because it's a tremendous event, and all the air shows are, and obviously throughout the season you get to know different teams and different display teams, different display pilots, and all the people who support it. It's a huge thing. It's like Formula One. The support behind it is tremendous, and everyone's an enthusiast. And I was chatting to people at Dunsfold last year, and it was sadly the last Dunsfold Air Show, and there were people saying, "Oh, I've done the last 15 of these," and they're all volunteers. They don't get paid anything. They get the worst view of the display from anyone else because they're generally driving people around or working. RIAT, I saw people who've been doing it since literally they had their badge from the first RIAT.
Yeah.
These people give up everything. I mean, I personally, I obviously give up my weekends. I still work full time as an instructor during the week, fitting in my display stuff. to ensure that we don't impact the general flying programme at Wittering, I always display practice either very first thing in the morning or last thing in the evening. So, you know, you can ask my wife and kids the amount of times I go to work first thing in the morning. I'm there at 7, briefed, ready to go. Weather's not suitable. Have to wait all day, still do my instructional trips during the day, and then get my practice in at the end of the day, get home 6:30, 7 o'clock. Maybe you've seen the kids, maybe not. And that's, you know, all the time through the build-up. And then obviously the display itself, it's all your weekends, but it's just a tremendous privilege and a pleasure to be able to display any aeroplane and hopefully inspire other people, like I was inspired as an air cadet or a school child at Farnborough, going to air shows when I couldn't afford to get in, but was stood by the fence, you know, looking and just trying to be part of it.
Absolutely. It's wonderful to hear you say, and it is the value of shows, isn't it? And we're going to miss them this year, but hopefully these little live broadcasts we're doing, looking back at air shows in the past and giving people the opportunity to get their aviation kicks, even if we can't get out to air shows, hopefully that's going to help people through a bit of an odd spell this year. And we'll all be back in 2021, hopefully. Let's cross our fingers. Well, thanks again, Ski, for your time today. It's been great talking to you.
Great, thanks very much, Ian.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. Thank you, Ski. It was, I don't know about you, if you were watching that, him talking through his display routine and not just completely captivated for 6.5 minutes, the intensity that's going on in that cockpit, the energy management, and just the skill and experience that's on show. If you're entirely captivated by it, you're watching the wrong programme. There's probably some football on, isn't there, or something? Same sort of thing. We're going to watch the Typhoon display from the in-cockpit view. Sadly, no pilot talk through. I haven't found the time to contact the guys up there. It's all been a bit of a rush throwing this together in the end, but hopefully not showing too much. So let's up the speed scale a little bit and take a look at the in-cockpit sequence. There might be a bit of ground material mixed in here as well, but this is the Typhoon displaying at Cosford in 2019. quite a contrast in speeds to the tutor, isn't it? But heading down to tutor speeds there, it's someone on YouTube saying it's a brain roller coaster. And Chris saying it's the first time he's got dizzy watching YouTube. Well, yeah, imagine what it's like to be on board. It looks like a violent experience to me, but yeah, spectacular stuff. Mix of the two cameras here giving us an idea of what Flight Lieutenant Jim Peterson, is that correct? Moshi's helping me out with... yeah, that's right. Display pilot for 1819. Ramping back up the speed here from having done the slow fly past. Yeah, it's dramatic stuff, and it's interesting looking back on some of the earlier material that we've been showing today compared to the quality of this. You know, onboard cameras on jets. I don't know what cameras these are, but there's some image stabilization on as well, which really does help in the quality of material that we're seeing. Let's get back on board because we can hear you get a sense of the sort of throttle settings throughout the display, which is also quite interesting, and I can shut up. Another pretty spectacular departure from an air show from Flight Lieutenant Jim Peterson there, the 2019 Typhoon display at Cosford. I mentioned that I haven't had time to chat with the Typhoon guys. I would love to spend an awful lot more time on these live broadcasts, but I'm limited. I'm just me involved. But I'm glad to say I am involved with sort of collaborating with other organisations on some of these virtual fantasy armchair air shows throughout the season. Next weekend, as I've already mentioned, is the Armchair Air Show back here at 2 p.m. And Peter, who looked after the flying elements at Cosford for the 5 seasons up to 2019, who we've heard from through this broadcast, is now at Air2, and he talks a little bit now about what we've got in the pipeline for Air Tattoo. So thanks very much, Pete, for making the time to relive some of our shared Cosford Airshow experiences and give us that insight from the organisation side of things. You've moved on now from Cosford to Air Tattoo. Tell us what you're working on at the moment. Oh dear. Here he is. Press my buttons correctly. As I say, I'm doing all this on my own, so trying to present and Vision Mix at the same time as its challenges, as you can see. Here's Peter telling us about what we can look forward to in the near future.
My first few months as head of air operations at Air2 aren't exactly what I expected. I didn't expect to be dealing with a worldwide pandemic. But we love a challenge. So yeah, unfortunately this year's React cancelled, but I have been lucky enough to be project managing the virtual Air2. So we've been working on it for a few months now with people such as yourself and virtual air shows who are doing all the virtual flying displays in flight simulators for us. and going out to all the international air arms that were due to send aircraft, so we're asking for their video contributions. So hopefully come July, Virtual Air2 is going to be really exciting for everyone who would rather be at Fairford that weekend, but unfortunately world situations prevent it.
And that's going to take place on the show weekend. Glances over my calendar, it was 18th, 19th of July.
Sounds about right.
So there's details of that on the Air2 website, I know, and I'm certainly really looking forward to what we come up with. It's nice. I don't know about you, but I've really got the sense that the airshow industry is sort of pulling together to really drag what we can out of a pretty desperate year.
I think so. I think it's important to try and keep aviation and air shows in the public eye. Admittedly, standing at an airfield watching something like a typhoon rip through the skies has more inspirational value than perhaps just watching a live stream. But I think keeping the interest up, particularly with promoting STEM to younger people and all that good stuff. So yeah, and I think it means that once air shows come back in 2021, everyone will be all the more keener for them, which can be good for the industry. So make sure everyone goes out and support your local air shows once they're back next year.
Absolutely, and I'm certainly hoping we can keep the interest ticking over with these Saturday live streams each weekend at 11. That's obviously going to change as we go into things like the Virtual Air Tattoo. And actually, I don't know, have you set a time yet for Virtual Air Tattoo? I don't think yet.
Not yet. We've got some provisional times, but it depends how many hours we extend to on how much content we get.
Oh, don't extend.
It's going to be a minimum of 4 hours each day.
Yeah, it's going to be a big job, but it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying bringing all these highlights together on these Saturday restream weekends. And thank you again, Peter, for taking the time to talk to us.
No worries, Ian. Good to see you and speak to you soon.
Yeah, it was good chatting to Peter. It was good chatting to all these guys. As sort of mentioned there with Peter, there is that sense that the airshow industry is pulling together and putting these shows on. And if there's anyone out there, any air shows out there that need some support with video, yeah, I'm on the end of a phone. Peter selected a few more displays. He mentioned the Orion that we'll see in a minute, and also the Czech support, the Gripen and the Spitfire with the Alcas as well. We're going to see all of that coming up. But I thought we'd see a little bit of Swiss action here. This was a superb display in 2019. This is Swiss F-18, complete with some in-cockpit material as well, so continuing that theme.
This next display was my personal highlight from Cosford. It's the FA-18C Hornet from the Swiss Air Force, piloted by Captain Nicolas Vincent Rossier.
The aircraft being flown in his third season as the Swiss Hornet display pilot by Captain Nicolas Rossier. And he wears on his flying suit a patch that says no AOA limits, no angle of attack limits. This is because of the new flight control software that the Swiss Hornets have got. And we'll see that demonstrated beautifully during this display. But for now, a dirty pass, undercarriage and a rest hook down, and a roll along the way in that configuration. Ground weapons for its Hornets except for the aircraft's own gun. And it's easy to see why the Swiss went for the Hornet, a very agile aircraft to fly in the mountainous confines of that country. Oh, and they're a very, very hard, high angle of attack pull. Repositioning now for a 4-point hesitation roll. The Swiss have got 3 squadrons of Hornets in service. 2 of them, 17 and 18 at Payerne. The other one, 11 at Meiringen. All the Swiss Hornets are flown by professional Air Force pilots as part of the Professional Aviator Corps. Regular taskings for the Swiss Hornets include the protection of airspace around Davos during the World Economic Forum. And these aircraft often exercise with French and German fighters. And now the ability to go vertical. Inverted, two inverted, and setting up now for a high-speed pass from right to left. And a final low pass before departure. With indeed a wing wave, your chance to yourselves say goodbye to Captain Nicolas Rossier of the Swiss Air Force with the FA-18C Hornet.
Spectacular stuff there, really nice sequence and beautiful conditions for it too. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. This is all of the material, pretty much. In fact, yeah, probably all of it now that the 1991 and 92 programmes are on the service. It's all taken from PTV On Demand. That's our subscription service at watch.planestv.com. And if you head over there, there's a 7-day free trial available at the moment. That gives you on-demand access to our back catalogue of archive programmes and more recent material, including the Cosford 2019 programme, which all of this material is taken from, and we've got a few more excellent clips coming from just in a moment. That includes the Gripen and their pyrotechnic display, a 2-ship routine, and the Orion, and the, did I say Gripen? I meant Alka. And then finale is a Gripen display in some stunning conditions as well. Let's see the Alkas then, and they flew in formation with the Spitfire as part of... So it's the Aircraft Restoration Company Spitfire, the Czech Air Force Alka. 2019, Cliff Spink in the Spitfire, leading in 2 Alkas of the Czech Air Force before going on to perform his solo Spitfire routine.
Lettice Curtis was the first of the ATA's female pilots to be authorised to ferry 4-engine bombers, and that she did with great aplomb. By the time the ATA was disbanded in 1945, she'd flown in excess of 400 heavy bombers, 150 de Havilland Mosquitoes, and many hundreds of Hurricanes and Spitfires. Marvellous. One of the true gentlemen of historic aviation, retired Air Marshal Cliff Spink at the controls of the Spitfire PR-11.
I return from the Alcas now for their fantastic ground attack demonstration.
The two Czech Air Force Aerovodokady L159A Alcas.
So on that first pass, we saw a simulated low-level bomb drop. We'll see a number of different attack profiles, very much a roll demonstration as opposed to an aerobatic display. This is what this aircraft does for real, which includes strafing.
Really interesting aeroplane, this. A very successful toss attack there from the two L159s. The slow one flying through at about 130 knots. The fast one at 400 plus for the fast-slow overtake. Very nice rolling and crossing brake. The two pilots, Michal and Aleš, joining up once again to our right as they come towards the end of their sequence, both of them from the 212th Tactical Squadron, stationed at Čáslav. Oh, and rolls in opposite directions as they go down the line. Very stylish. And a final wing waggle. That was an excellent display.
That was an excellent display.
It really was, wasn't it? The opposition rolls like that in the formation pass at the end there and the cross as well. Fabulous stuff from the Czech Air Force. And it's a great shame we're not seeing shows like Yeovilton this year. They were expecting good support from the Czechs, I think. Memory serves. And Cosford just felt like it was starting to build a name for itself. We're having some really good international cooperation, so great shame we haven't got the event this year. I'll stop going on about all the very many shames this year. I should have said when I was promoting the on-demand service, they're all these programs are available on good old DVD and Blu-ray as well. They're available at PlanesTV.com. All the Cosford ones currently at 30% off. You can blame a guy for trying to earn a buck. With no Cosford Airshow this year, obviously we're down significantly, so if you do like what we're doing here on YouTube and Facebook with these live broadcasts each weekend, if you can support us, if you'd enjoy a DVD or Blu-ray, or maybe subscribing over at watch.planestv.com, do feel free. And of course, there's the email newsletter. There's a link in the description below to sign up for the email newsletter, and that'll keep you posted on future and past live broadcasts. Someone was asking about Waddington. I actually did a Waddington stream about a month ago, I think. I'm not sure how many of these we've been doing. Probably about 12 weeks, something like that. Can it be that long? Someone can tell me in the chat in a minute. But we're doing these regularly, Saturday live broadcasts. Next week will be 2 p.m. in the afternoon. So do sign up for the email newsletter to get a regular, just a weekly email from myself. And it is literally me that sends it. And I enjoy getting your replies as well. Thank you to everyone that's replied to me over from my newsletter I sent yesterday. There's some really interesting, well, some great shames actually. People saying they had some superb plans around the Cosford Airshow this weekend, but of course not possible. Hopefully you've taken the time to watch today's broadcast. Just got a few more minutes to go, and it's more 2019 material. Let's get back in with the flying, shall we? It's the Orion, and it leads us into the very finale of the 2019 Airshow. The rare treats just kept on coming. This is the German Navy's turn, presenting some dramatic flypasts from their P3C Orion.
From the smoke trails from the 4 Allison T-56 turboprops powering this aircraft, which is one of the greatest maritime patrol aircraft there has certainly ever been, certainly in the post-war period. It comes to us from Marinefliegergeschwader 3, named Graf Zeppelin after the famous airship of the German Navy. It's based at Nordholz, and it is the Lockheed P3C Orion. So, fly past at about 300 feet and 210 knots this time with the undercarriage down.
When on station, it is usual for an Orion to actually shut down one engine, normally the number 1 engine, which is the left outer. The reason for that is to conserve fuel and hopefully extend the endurance.
And that's typical of the sort of really imaginative international participation that the airshow team here at Cosford now makes a habit of bringing in. Not something that has ever been seen in a UK display before. The Germans have never done a flying display with an Orion in Britain, and they very rarely do them in Germany as well.
On now to our final display of the RAF Cosford Airshow 2019.
In from the right, at speed, the Czech Air Force Saab Jas-39C Gripen. Did a rather unusual entry, a 4-point roll to open the show. Unlike its predecessor, Swedish fighters, the Draken and the Viggen, this aircraft has achieved substantial export success as well. It's, to some degree, a lower cost alternative to aircraft of its generation like the Rafale and the Typhoon. And this aircraft differs in that it has only a single engine rather than 2.
cool position. They have an interesting design philosophy on a lot of their aircraft. They are designed from the bottom up to be deployable, to operate from motorways, from unprepared strips.
Of course, the Swedish Air Force is the main Gripen operator, but as well as the Czech Republic, Brazil, Hungary, South Africa and Thailand also fly the aircraft. The Czechs started receiving Gripens in early 2005 on lease from the Gripen International Company, and they've replaced, amongst others, the Czech Air Force's Soviet-era MiG-21s. And the MiG-21 certainly wasn't capable of as slow and as high angle of attack a flight past as this. And they've been significantly updated. The Czechs have never had an aircraft like the Gripen before that's so capable as a multi-role platform, both air-to-air and air-to-ground. Latest in the libel with the Gripen E and F models, as opposed to this, which is a C, and the corresponding two-seat trainer, the D. It's powered by the same General Electric engine as used in the FA-18 E and F Super Hornet.
And that brought to a close the 2019 air show, and it's the last sort of display that I'll show you that's been in chronological order. I've got a couple of loose ends I'd like to tie up though, so just stick around for those in a minute. Thinking we've seen the Jaguar on the ground, but wouldn't it be nice to see it flying? And we've got some archive material of Jaguar display at Cosford back from 1992, which I'll show you in just a moment. Just one last reminder, do give this a like. You know, if you've enjoyed the broadcast today, I've been going for 5.5 hours and I've recently realised I'm yet to eat my breakfast. So if you're enjoying what we're doing here, yeah, give it a like, give it a share it with people that you know might enjoy it too. And of course, there's the PTV On Demand service at watch.planestv.com, a 7-day free trial there, where you can watch all of this archive action in its entirety. DVDs and Blu-rays, all the Cosford ones are discounted 30% at planestv.com. And yeah, do sign up for the email newsletter. Hey, thank you for the stars over on Facebook, Jack Daly, thank you. And Shirley over on YouTube for that super chat earlier. It's very kind of you. And thank you for your support. I know there's lots of you out there who are coming back every weekend, giving it a like, giving it a share, and telling your friends. And I'm very grateful for it. We're scraping what we can out of a challenging year. So I'm, yes, as I say, very grateful for your support. Long may it continue. And if you would like to get in touch with suggestions about shows that you'd like to see in the future, obviously all the normal social medias, but you'll find PlanesTV on Twitter. That's where I tend to have those conversations. So it's PlanesTV, or I'm on there as well at Ian PlanesTV as well. But email newsletter, I send one of those once a week. Sign up there's a link to sign up in the description below. Do give that a whirl. It's, you know, I just keep people in touch with what we're doing each week and these live broadcasts and any offers that we might have. So let's do it, shall we? Back to 1992. We've seen the Jaguar on the deck in the 2014 show, with Carol and James May being drowned out by a couple of them running up. Let's see the aircraft in action, flying at Cosford Air Open Day, was it back then? Cosford Open Day in 1992. Epic stuff. Lovely to see a Jaguar in the air. Good news, everyone. I found the bacon sandwich that I came to the office with this morning. Been live for 5.5 hours and I'm about to find time to eat it. One last little bit of video for you. I put a message out on Twitter. Oh, you're welcome, Guna. Thank you. Oh, by the way, Moshi, if you're still watching, I'm going to set you a task. I'd love to know what Jaguar that was at the show in 92. And is it now at Cosford? It'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it, to find out that that aircraft's now on display, or now used in the engineering and ground handling exercises they do at Cosford. And I feel like Moshi's our man. You know, he's our fountain of knowledge, it seems to me. But anyone else, you know, if you felt inclined to take Moshi's crown and find out for me which Jaguar that was and whether it's now at Cosford, I'd love to hear. So prior to this show, I put out on Twitter requests for suggestions of what you'd like to see. You know, what are the very best highlights of Cosford over the years that maybe we've recorded or you can remember. And one of the more interesting suggestions was the MiG OVT. I was like, I don't remember filming a MiG OVT at Cosford, and no, someone had stumbled between threads between a Riat thread and a Cosford one. But I thought, why not? This is a fantasy air show. I think our finale, why not have the MiG OVT displaying at Cosford? So here it is, flying actually at, we'll see if you can guess where it is, in 2006. This is the MiG OVT bringing to a close our ultimate Cosford Airshow live stream. Superb stuff. Awesome display. It's Peter Rioch's pipe dream, I suspect. But we had it in our fantasy Cosford Airshow, didn't we? One last thank you to everybody. Cheers for tuning in. Do give it a like, share it with people, share the broadcast with people you think would enjoy it. And yeah, make sure to like the page on Facebook and subscribe to us on YouTube for future live broadcasts. Next week, 2 p.m. Saturday for Air Ability's Armchair Airshow. Thank you all again for joining us. I've been Ian Campbell at PlanesTV. And about to go and enjoy my bacon sandwich. Have a good weekend, everybody.